All right, welcome everyone to our second meeting of September. Looks like we have a very festive crowd here, which is always great to see. And I apologize for running a little bit late for our meeting today. At this time, Madam Clerk, will you please read the adequate notice of compliance statement?
Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the City Clerk's office in preparation of the Council Annual Meeting Notice dated December 16, 2024, which was properly distributed and posted per statutory requirements. Please be advised that fire exits are to my right, your left, and at the back of the room. The city has a listening system to assist the hearing impaired. If anyone needs hearing assistance, please obtain the system at the dais and return it thereafter.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Mr. Boyer.
Present.
Ms. Hamlet. Here. Ms. Kalmanson.
Here.
Mr. Pulowski.
Here.
Mr. Smallwood.
Here.
Ms. Toth.
Here.
President McTiernan.
Present. All right, at this time, I'd like to actually ask our esteemed Madam Mayor to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mayor Pagan. All right, at this time, Madam Clerk, will you please read the explanatory note regarding closed session and hearings and comments?
A closed session meeting as authorized by state statute was announced and held prior to the start of this meeting, and the known items for discussion were listed on the published closed session agenda. Please be advised that council meetings are broadcast live on Comcast Channel 36 and 34, Verizon Channel 30, and rebroadcast on Thursdays and Saturdays on HTTV on Comcast 36 and Verizon 33. When invited to speak, please come to the lectern, clearly state your name and address, spell your last name, and speak into the podium microphone so that your comments can be understood by all and properly recorded. Whenever an audience or council member reads from a prepared statement, please give or email a copy to the city clerk at cityclerk@cityofsummit.org. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, speakers shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. Unless you are using an electronic device to follow the meeting agenda or need it for professional emergency contact purposes, please turn it off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, do I have a motion to approve the minutes for regular and closed session of September 3rd, 2025?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. At this time, normally we do our reports. We're actually going to just skip them and come back to them after this. It was appropriate, particularly as we're running a little late, to do our first ceremonial award. Our award is the Chief's Life Saving Award. It's going to be presented by our Chief Ryan Peters to Detective Sergeant Ruddy Gurita and Detective Darren Sliker.
Good evening. Thank you, sir. Fuzzier than usual. Good evening, through you, Council President. On August 29th, 2025, at approximately 2:58 p.m., while on duty in the South Ward of Newark, New Jersey, Detective Sergeant Rudy Gurita and Detective Darren Sliker were actively canvassing the area for a stolen BMW reported out of Summit the previous day. During their patrol on South 19th Street, both officers observed thick, dark smoke billowing from the second story of a nearby residence, a sight that demanded immediate and decisive action. Without hesitation, Detective Sergeant Gurita alerted all available units and immediately contacted dispatch to request a response from the Newark Fire Department. As he approached the residence, he observed a female screaming for help through a smoke-filled air from a second-story rear window. With no time to spare, and with total disregard for his own safety, Detective Sergeant Gurita retrieved a contractor's ladder from a neighbor's property, scaled it swiftly, and I mean swiftly, if anybody saw the video. I'm sure you saw the video because he conveniently placed his vest on the ground with the video facing the ladder prior to the rescue. And heroically rescued the toddler from the window, bringing him safely down to the ground and away from danger. The woman then exited the window and climbed to safety with the assistance of officers on the ground. At the same time this was happening, Detective Sliker, accompanied by on-duty Newark police officers, entered the home through the front door in an urgent effort to evacuate any remaining occupants. As Detective Sliker and a Newark police officer ascended to the second floor, they encountered a locked door, which they forcefully breached. Despite being met with thick black smoke that severely limited their visibility, Detective Sliker and the Newark officers remained inside the residence and continued to shout loudly through the darkness to ensure nobody was trapped, ultimately confirming all occupants had exited the house before retreating themselves. Their actions, Detective Sergeant Garita and Detective Sliker, were nothing short of heroic. Their courage, swift decision-making, and unwavering dedication to preserving life under extreme pressure reflect the highest standards of law enforcement. Without regard for their personal safety, they relied on their training, instincts, and commitment to duty to perform life-saving measures in a rapidly deteriorating and dangerous situation. For their valor, composure, and life-saving intervention, I proudly present Detective Sergeant Rudy Garita, as well as Detective Darren Sliker, each with a life-saving award as well as a Distinguished Service Award. Please join me in congratulating both officers on this well-deserved honor. If I could also briefly, the Municipal Council of Newark recognized both officers at a meeting, so they sent us a letter today. It'll go in their file. So I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Congratulations, officers. Right, that was great to get to that first. Very impressive. All right, we're switching back then to back to page 3 to our reports, and as always, we're going to start off with our mayor's report. Mayor Fagan.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Congratulations, gentlemen. We have a lot of great events coming up, so I wanted to make sure everybody's aware of them. This Friday, September 19th at 6 p.m., we'll be celebrating Fiesta Latina on the Village Green. It's always a wonderful evening of music, food, and community spirit, so I hope to see many of you there. The next day, Saturday, September 20th, we have our annual Doggy Dip at the Family Aquatic Center. It's a fun way for our four-legged friends to enjoy the pool before it officially closes for the season. The next day, on Sunday, September 21st at 1 p.m., come out and check out our new bike depot. New being, it's not really new. It's been there for a year and a half, and everybody keeps asking when it's open. It is open, but we're going to have a ribbon cutting on Sunday, September 21st. This amenity allows for commuters to ride their bikes or scooters to the train station and keep them in a secure and weatherproof location for a monthly membership fee. Ribbon cutting coincides with Arts and Cars downtown, so it's a perfect opportunity to enjoy Summit, take in the festivities, and check out this great new amenity for commuters. On the topic of biking, our e-bike safety video is posted online, and there will be a live Q&A with Officer Kutiga and an e-bike safety expert on October 1st at 7 p.m. If you're considering buying an e-bike or have one already, please tune in to get critical safety information. Also, we'll be putting up new signs downtown reminding everyone that bikes, both traditional and electric, are not allowed on sidewalks in the Central Business District. This is an important step in keeping our sidewalks safe and comfortable for pedestrians. Speaking of safety, we have committed to quarterly reports, quarterly updates from our Chief of Police, and I've gotten several quarterly updates on crime statistics and things going on in Summit. And I've gotten several inquiries in the past week or so about specifics on crime statistics. So I've asked Chief Peters to be prepared to participate in my report.
Did you turn the TVs on?
They're on, Rosie. Look at that.
Thank God.
touch the cord. Thank you. Through you, Council President. Thank you, Mayor. So I did want to just highlight a few statistics that we generally report to the FBI, the UCR Uniform Crime Reporting Statistics, as well as some other statistics that I feel are more specific to the city of Summit. I did a 4-year comparison. I went back to 2022. And annual statistics, I probably go back a little bit further, but this kind of gives us a snapshot of where we are today. One thing I do want to highlight regarding uniform crime statistics. I'm new to this position, okay? It didn't come with a handbook on how to generate stats, so I'm doing everything I can to make sure they're as accurate as possible. That being said, UCR statistics are imperfect. If you look up the Federal Bureau of Investigation, they say it right on their website. It's not a perfect snapshot for every municipality. There are a variety of elements that go into public safety, but this is the best that they can do to kind of compare apples to apples when we look across the board. That being said, I'll go through the stats and then I'll kind of talk about how some of them could be a little bit skewed, but again, we're doing pretty good. So right out of the gate, we have violent crime. That's made up of 4 different categories. We have robbery. We have, I don't think I can make it any, can I make it any bigger?
There you go.
How's that, better? Look at that, 43 years old, I still got it. Violent crime, robbery, aggravated assault, rape/attempted rape, and homicide. So obviously we haven't any homicides in town. You guys would know about that. What we typically trend at this point in the game is usually anywhere between 1 to 2 robberies, 1 to 2, maybe a little bit more aggravated assaults, and the same with rape and attempted rape. Thank God we haven't dealt with the other category. That being said, in analyzing this violent crime category on the actual UCR report, I am seeing quite a bit of an uptake in the attempted rape category. Everything else seems to kind of fall in line with previous stats. That being said, in doing an additional analysis, it looks as if 6 out of the 8 incidents came from facilities in town that have a duty to report sexual assault allegations. The reason I say that is because I just want to give people a peace of mind to say that although our attempted rape numbers are up, it's not like we have a serial rapist and everybody's running around town sexually assaulting people. These happen in a confined area. And then we'll talk about the statistics as well when I go over the issues I see with UCR stats. That being said, assaults, which is a simple assault, aggravated assault is included in violent crime, are trending downwards, but in comparison to 2022, we're kind of on par with that. Burglaries, these are burglaries to homes and businesses. Again, trending a little bit downwards, but kind of on par with 2022. We have seen an ongoing decrease in larceny, which is theft, and then motor vehicle theft as well, which I am encouraged about. The one thing I do want to highlight as well on the motor vehicle theft is 5 of those thefts out of the 9 were actually from dealerships. So they weren't from residences, they weren't from houses. And we have to date had 9 arrests on those 11 motor vehicle thefts. So our detective bureau is doing a great job. I couldn't give them more accolades. They're doing a phenomenal job. Actually, I walked by the detective, I'm a little jealous. They're back there having a great time. All that these guys love, like all great friends. They do a really good job. They motivate each other. Burglaries and attempted burglaries to motor vehicles, as we can see, that's been progressively trending downwards, which I think is a positive statistic to highlight. Calls for service. I was actually pretty blown away the fact that between 2023 and 2025, year to date, I mean, we tend to do 45 to 50,000 calls for service. We're only off by 3 to date for those 2 years. But again, busier than we were historically. If you look back, we do document more things now. Documentation is key, right? There's no... If you check a school at 11 o'clock and then again at 2, and then and then you don't document it, and then the next morning we have criminal mischief or somebody spray paints it. Again, we try to document everything so this way we have somewhat of a trail, God forbid something happens. And then traffic enforcement. As you can see, we're out there. I know this is probably not the most popular statistic when it comes to community outreach, but we are writing tickets, moving and parking, and we're stopping a lot more cars. You know, we're going to get into it when we talk about the Tatlock neighborhood, but it comes down to education, enforcement, and engineering. Not all of our stops, as you can see, 5,610 motor vehicle stops resulted in 1,271. So we're not writing everyone tickets. For the most part, we're educating people. We're pulling them over, advising them of their violations. And, you know, as long as their driving history looks good, their record looks good, they're pretty much cut loose. That being said, there are situations that involve pedestrian, cell phones, some things we just can't overlook, and tickets do need to be written. It's an unfortunate situation. It's one of the parts of the job that I never like doing, but it's something that needs to get done to make sure that people are abiding by the laws of the road. But I am encouraged by these numbers because it shows that our officers are out there, they're doing their job, and they're trying to keep doing everything they can to keep everyone safe. So circling back around to the UCR statistics, like I said before, it's an imperfect snapshot of a moment in time. Few reasons that is. Okay, so we have what's called CFS codes. So when somebody calls the police department and speaks to dispatch, say, for example, they have a noise complaint at a neighbor's house. The dispatch will take that call as a noise complaint. They'll enter a CFS code for a noise complaint. We then go and investigate. We may get there, and that noise complaint may actually be a domestic disturbance that results in an arrest for an assault and a temporary restraining order and everything else that goes with that. It is then at the responsibility of the reporting officer who does the report to change that CFS code from the initial noise complaint and close it out to the domestic violence complaint in which we finalize that report. That can be done almost immediately, which happens a lot of times with calls that patrol take on a daily basis, like a noise complaint that results into a domestic, but sometimes those CFS codes could change a month later, 3 months later, based on the carrying out of the investigation from our detective bureau. So something that might generate a statistic on the UCR today might not necessarily be the same statistic 2 months from now. In addition, we often encounter initial allegations with no further cooperation from victims, which results in the case being closed with what we call exceptional means. The FBI takes victim statements as their word from the initial report, even if they don't follow up with the investigation or cooperate with us for another statement. So again, that could skew our UCR data because we could get an allegation of an attempted rape, and then we reach out to the victim. The victim does not want to cooperate for whatever reason. There are no charges that are being filed because we don't have a cooperating victim. And then ultimately that will get closed out as an attempted rape without a complete investigation. So that's one of the things that also could kind of skew these numbers. In addition, we've seen this before. Actually, at my mid-year numbers, I got called out by a resident because my motor vehicle thefts were not 100% accurate. Again, I'm new to this. They don't give you a UCR reporting class when you get chief. It's not something like Chief Zagorski called me and is like, here, let me teach you everything you need to know the next 48 hours before I retire. So the UCR stats, the way it works is if we have a stolen car from a residence, which we've had, but also that was tied to a burglary to that residence to get the key fobs. That case is going to get closed out at the most severe charge, which would be the burglary. So when I run the UCR stat and it shows me motor vehicle thefts, which it does on this report, and I could submit to you, Rosie, for the record, it'll show less amount of motor vehicle thefts because 2 of them were actually home burglaries that resulted in motor vehicle thefts. So they actually get closed out as burglaries, not motor vehicle thefts. So it's incumbent on us and the Detective Bureau to have accurate record keeping inside our own management system, separate from the UCR management system. In addition, we see this a lot with sexual assault allegations. There's a delay in reporting. We understand that a lot of these events are traumatic. So oftentimes they involve juveniles, and they're not reported for years later, which could skew the stats. An assault can occur in 2020, 2021, then it's reported in 2025, and that's when the stat gets recorded. And lastly, Summit Police Department did 48,952 calls for service, while the men and women of the police department that were just in here do a very good job at making sure the CFS codes are as accurate as possible. I would be, I wouldn't be 100% truthful if I said we were perfect all the time. Out of the 49,000 calls roughly, there are a few cases, and it used to drive the old captains crazy if the CFS code wasn't right. We have checks and balances, but there are a few that every once in a while at the end of the year, you might have a small percentage, a margin of error where the CFS code might not be 100% accurate because it just wasn't closed out properly. So that's the story, and I'm sticking to it unless anybody has any questions. Open to questions, analysis,
Council President.
anything else?
Yes, please.
Councilman Ward?
So, Chief, we have the hospital, we have Fair Oaks, some other facilities in town. How many of these violent crimes and assaults occurred there?
Aggravated assaults to date, we're looking at, I don't think any of the aggravated assaults. I think actually, well, no, I'm not, I will be mistaken. So again, to date, the violent crime, we are at 16. Of that, we have 0 homicides. We had 7 attempted rape allegations. We had 2 robberies. I think you're intimately familiar with one of those. And we had 2 aggravated assaults to date. I believe one of those aggravated assaults did occur at one of the facilities in town.
And there's 2 separate categories, right? Violent crime and simple assaults.
Yep.
So the simple assaults, and how many of those?
A lot of those are actually tied to domestic disturbances, which is why we don't do, so again, when we talk about notifications to the public, we deal with a lot of issues with the police department. We go in people's houses. Sometimes we see the worst of the worst. So there are certain statistics that while we do try to be as transparent as possible, we also need to take into account the privacy of someone's home. You know, we've seen an uptick in mental, I talked about this when the previous stats were put out. We have seen an uptick in mental health issues. We've seen an uptick in domestic violence. And unfortunately, we've actually seen an uptick this year in suicide. That's what, you know, our guys see on a daily basis, our guys and gals, they see that they're on the front lines, they see this stuff, it is traumatic. But, you know, oftentimes I get inquiries from people in the neighborhood, hey, what's going on in my neighbor's house? There's 3 or 4 police cars, and sometimes it's just, unfortunately, it's not really anybody's business. I can tell you, if there is a threat to the public, if we're looking for someone, if there's something that the public needs to know, the information's going out. I was on my way to, we talked about this in the safety meeting, I was on my way to Wegmans last Sunday to just go food shopping, and we had a missing juvenile that went out. You know, within a matter of seconds, I'm on the phone with the supervisor, we're getting that information out, and it was on social media, and Nixles were out almost immediately, and I live in Monmouth County. And there's checks and balances. I'm the primary, we have alternates, we have several lines of communication to make sure that the frontline supervisors, who are often dealing with the problems at hand in front of them, right? So their primary responsibility is to handle the problem. It's right in front of them, but also make notification to us in case we need the public's help in finding someone who's missing, or in case we need the public's help in just locating a suspect, or just advising them, hey, this is what we just had. We just had a criminal attempt to a motor vehicle. Everybody be vigilant. Everybody keep your eyes on your Ring cameras, keep your eyes on your vehicles, lock your cars. And we're doing it. But I do want to be mindful of people's privacy. Do want to be mindful that some of these statistics are a reflection of domestic violence. They are a reflection of stuff that happens in the privacy of people's homes. And we try to respect that as best we can.
Thank you, Chief. And last question, because, you know, I'd like the residents to really understand this. When we look at violent crimes and assaults, they are not typically happening on our streets. Our streets are safe. There is no proactive way to stop domestic violence or assaults that happen in hospitals or facilities that have people with mental health issues. But our streets are safe. These statistics do not reflect what's happening.
And that's exactly what it says actually on the FBI's website when you go to the uniform crime reporting, that these statistics are imperfect. However, they're the best we got at the time, because you do have to consider other factors. You know, I don't want to talk about any other municipalities, but there's municipalities that might have a shopping mall in there. You're going to see an increase in thefts in those municipalities because that's a direct reflection of what happens at shopping malls. And to your point, we have all different types of facilities in town that could drive numbers one way or another.
So parents, it's okay if you still send your kids to town to get candy and stuff. It's sweet nothings. It's all good. All right.
I don't know if the dentist would approve of that, but.
Any other comments or questions for the chief? Councilman Smallwood.
Thank you, Council President. Chief, thank you very much for your report. Again, could you just go over just maybe even just some of the major categories of violent crime?
Yeah, so it's homicide, robbery, aggravated assault, and rape/attempted rape. So those are the 4 categories that go into violent crime.
Okay.
And like I said, the anomaly, I saw the number go up, and I was intrigued. And the number that's I see, at least for 2025, that's driving this number higher than usual is the attempted rape.
And those 16 that we have so far, are those typically within the home?
Well, like I said, with allegations of rape, 6 out of 8 came from institutions in town that have a duty to report.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman Toth.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Chief. I know we're all happy to see the numbers of car thefts and attempted car thefts and all that going down. I know the department has been involved for some time with county-wide task forces. Are we seeing this throughout the area?
Yes, I believe so.
okay.
I believe I think the coordinated effort among not only local stakeholders but county, state, federal authorities coming together. Information sharing is huge. Technology is huge. With the license plate readers, the state police got on board, and now we have access to license plate information from all different jurisdictions. So the fact that we're sharing information, we're working together, there's regional task force, we participate in those task force. Anytime anybody reaches out for an officer to participate in a task force, we send them. We do what we can because at the end of the day, we've benefited from that. I think the first deployment for the Union County Task Force for major crimes was in Summit because we were in the midst of a major stolen car theft ring. So, but yeah, to your point, I do feel as if crime statistics across the board are trending in that direction, and it's encouraging.
Yeah.
I do think it's encouraging, and I think technology plays a big part. I think information sharing plays a big part. I think boots on the ground. I think there's a variety of factors that go into that.
Other comments? Councilman Pulowski.
So how many, how many of the stolen cars did we retrieve?
Almost all of them, I think. I'd have to pull the spreadsheet, which I don't have on this computer, but I'd say the vast majority. I mean, you just saw the two guys that got the awards for down in Newark. That's not something we take lightly. If a vehicle's taken from a residence or even a dealership here in town, the full force of the Detective Bureau is usually in the areas where we tend to find these vehicles, whether they're getting cooled off or they're staged or, waiting to go on a container overseas. So we do recover the vast majority of them. To date, I don't know. Out of the 11, if I had to take a guess, I'd say 8 were recovered. Again, we had 9 arrests, so they're out there. One of the things, and we do the same thing with criminal mischief. If somebody spray paints the side of a building, we get it cleaned up the next day. It's the broken windows theory. If every time you come to Summit, not only are you met with police resistance because our notifications through the technology we've invested in, but you steal a car and the next day that car's back on the flatbed and it's back up at Summit, eventually, again, we're not solving the world's problems here, and I certainly don't want to invite crime into any other jurisdiction, but they're going to stop coming to Summit if every time they steal a car, it gets scooped back up. What benefit did they get? They're running a possible second or third degree charge for 12 hours and then the car's gone. So we don't take that lightly. I do know there are other police departments that don't go down to these areas in Essex County due to, we've had officers encounter life-threatening experiences while processing in a car in Essex County. And we just had 2 officers nearly die in a fire. I mean, we're out there. We're not going to sit back and just let this happen. So every time a car does get stolen, we're actively looking for it. We're actively tracking. We are dealing with a criminal element that knows how to remove these trackers. They know where to hide it. So it is a little bit of a game of cat and mouse. We were on the tail of that BMW when they came across the house fire that afternoon, which has since been recovered, by the way.
So I would thank you for empowering our officers to go and do that, even though not every municipality does. And in addition to Officers Garita and Syker, that empowerment, allowed them to save a woman and her child. So well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
That's it.
Thank
Anything
you.
else?
Yeah,
comments?
no, one other thing I do want you to speak to, if
Yeah,
we have
please.
time, is
I had the over under at 10 o'clock. I think I'm going to lose.
oh boy, is just the measures that you guys have implemented around the Tatlock neighborhood, because I've gotten some good feedback about the first home football game this past weekend, and I just wanted to kind of air.
Yeah,
some
so
of
that was interesting getting sworn in as the new chief, like the week of our lacrosse game making the finals and a complete chaos down at I wouldn't call it chaos, but controlled chaos down at Tatlock Field in the spring. So we've heard the residents. We understand that there are some safety concerns from residents, whether it be the size of the roadway, whether it be the parking, the crosswalks, stop signs. So we're approaching it the same way we approach most traffic problems, the 3 E's, right? Education, enforcement, and engineering, right? So education, we've been putting out a lot of messaging. I'm sure you guys follow us on social media. You've getting the Nixels the other day. Working with the Board of Education and Allison Flockhart, she's been great. Putting notifications out to parents, putting notifications out to opposing jurisdictions and high schools to let them know that the police will be out. We are enforcing parking, 0 discretion. In addition to that, that messaging, I sat down with Allison and Lieutenant Daly of our Traffic Safety Bureau, and we came up with a plan for drop-off pickup for the buses that we feel is safe. And then in the interim, we're posting temporary no parking signs, specifically in the areas that have drew some concern from the residents, within 25 feet of a crosswalk, within 50 feet of a stop sign, on roads that are narrow. So I do apologize on behalf of the police department that some of these no parking signs are still out there. They're only a temporary fix. On the safety committee, we're looking for permanent solutions, because at the end of the day, putting no parking signs up, taking them back, putting them out, those are temporary solutions, right? So we're looking for permanent solutions. But in the interim, we understand that these are safety concerns, so we're leaving them out there for now. So I would expect to see the temporary no parking signs. Like I said, on the enforcement aspect, we are out there. Officers are working security. We have other officers patrol the neighborhoods, writing parking tickets. I think on Saturday's game, I don't want to overdo it, but I think we wrote north of 22, 25 tickets. And again, that's not what we want to do. We don't want a parent or a family to be leaving a game where their child just had the game of their life and show up to the parking ticket on their windshield, compliments of the Summit Police Department. Do not want to do that. But at the end of the day, these residents have the right to have a safe neighborhood, and we need to make sure that that's enforced. And then again, we'll continue to work with the engineering department to make sure that the measurements on the roads are safe and that certain signage or maybe restriping of the roads can accommodate or at least paint a clearer picture on where you can and cannot park. And then once those permanent solutions are put into place, we can remove all the ugly no parking signs and kind of hopefully get back to business as usual. But I'm always open to suggestions. Again, I don't consider myself an expert on anything, but I do like to put the work in, and I'm happy to hear people's recommendations. And again, being as transparent as possible, we're trying to present these ideas to the residents to make sure that they're okay with them before we implement anything. And again, we're working with engineering on that as well.
Chief.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilman Boyer.
Last thing, because I think the taxpayers want to know this, because we just got 2 new officers, right? Well, we have
Well, we're in the process.
a bunch of new officers.
We're in
We
the
have
process of
2
hiring
from
two
last
more.
year, right? And we're in the process of hiring 2 more. Can you just talk about the new officers that we just hired throughout the year? Because I think there's 5 or 6 new officers.
We have quite a few officers.
And
yes,
then the impact of the 2 new positions that you have on your force.
So again, we have some flexibility now that we have the additional staffing. An old school mentality might be just to put them into patrol, more rubber on the road. We are patrolling north of 80 miles of roadway at any given time, believe it or not, even though we're 6 square miles, 80 miles of roadway. I'd rather not go public with how many officers are on the road at any given time, but we are looking to create new positions. We did one already. It's a hybrid position. The officer lives in town, so he has access to all different types of uniforms. So the hybrid position essentially can backfill patrol if we need it for overtime. If not, he can assist the community policing unit, the detective bureau, and if all else fails and everything's kind of running smoothly, we put the hybrid officer in the central business district, and we make sure that pedestrian safety and parking and everything else is being enforced. So we're looking to expand upon that unit and do another hybrid officer, and then also add a second officer into the traffic bureau, because traffic is obviously one of our main concerns.
Councilman Pulaski.
One follow-up on the parking down at Tatlock during football games. In the past, we have asked Matt DeFonso, who does all the announcing, I think he still does.
I think they did that this past game, yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
they did. Yep, that's
Okay,
part of the
great.
communication. So we're doing that as well.
And so he knew what I was going to say, but what I was going to say was that we make announcements during the game. If you're illegally parked, please go move your car. You
Yep.
will be ticketed.
And you forgot to mention the mobile billboard on the.
Oh, yeah, the mobile billboard that's on the corner of Butler and Morris, which possibly working with the Board of Ed, maybe getting a permanent sign there.
Great.
Councilwoman Camelson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Peters, for all of your work. I've definitely seen an improvement, so thank you. We
I'm happy to hear
appreciate
that.
it. I just wanted to expand on something a little bit. You said, that you've heard the residents and they deserve a safe neighborhood, and I agree with that. It's not just the residents that live there, though. It's also the spectators and their safety, because
course.
residents identify that it's not just the people who live there. We see who's walking in the middle of the street, who's trying to cross the street. We witness cars almost, run into each other head on when cars are parked on the both sides. So I just wanted to point out that it's in the best interest of everyone, including the
yep, of course.
spectators.
Yep.
And that's, it's concern for residents and for spectators. Thank you.
Yep.
Just one final question.
Councilwoman Hamlet.
Thanks, Council President. In regards to the buses, do we have a formal memo put out to the Board of Ed that they are to direct the buses to go a certain route?
Allison Flockhart generated instructional guidance to all opposing schools that are coming in on what the current process is, which is a loading and unloading zone on Butler, where we've coned off areas. One of the issues with that, from what was relayed to me, was the buses would drop off on Butler Parkway. They would then go stage either at the high school or Washington School. And when they came back, those parking spots were then since filled because it was a parking area. And that, then teams tended to be loading on the buses while the bus was idle in the middle of the road. So again, a temporary fix for now. We're working on permanent solutions, was to just cone off an area big enough for 2 or 3 buses. Bus drop off, pickup only. They're doing the same thing. They're dropping off. They're going up to the high school, and that's the instructions that she's giving all the opposing schools that come into town. So yeah, I have access to that. I can send it to council so you guys can take a look at it. But Allison did a great job on putting that out there, and she also reiterated the fact that we will be enforcing with very little discretion. So, cool.
One quick comment. So, Chief, from what you guys have learned from this, are there any things that you are planning to tweak for the next home game?
So for the next home game, one of the things that we didn't do this past time was we didn't reinforce current no parking signs. There are no parking signs between the entrance to Tatlock and the little turnaround at Washington School before Morris Avenue. They're there. I don't know why people don't see them, but I talked to Sergeant Brunetto in real time on Saturday, and he's like, hey, we're out here, we're moving cars, and more cars are parking. So we're going to double down. I think on Aubrey as well, there's some no parking signs that probably could use some extra reinforcement. But again, when we talk about the 3 E's, we'll work with engineering to make sure that whatever signs are up there, I know one of the signs needs to be either replaced or repainted. So, we'll be doing that as well. And then I think if the first game went okay, we'll continue as on course and go from there.
Great, thank you.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief. And before I close out my comments, sorry that I usually don't speak this much, but I just wanted to thank everybody who came to the 9/11 memorial at the firehouse. As always, it's a tough day, and we remember all that we lost, but I especially remember how unified our community was. This is sort of a poignant reminder of that. And we've always been a compassionate, respectful community, and helps one another. And Summit is an example, a beacon, if you will, to surrounding neighborhoods and other communities in so many ways. And, it's because we work together and we support one another. And I just want to take this opportunity to remind everyone, to remind me, to remind all of us that kindness and neighborliness should always come above all else. And we can disagree, but we need to do so respectfully. And just remember that this is what makes Summit special. We're neighbors, we're friends. And again, I don't agree with everything my best friend thinks or says, but we can always have a dialogue that's kind and compassionate and respectful. Thank you.
Thank you, good comments. All right, boy.
Sorry.
Oh. We're still on reports. City Administrator, do you have a report this evening?
I do. Thank you, Council President. Not nearly as fun as the previous reports, but the dog park, the temporary dog park will remain at the Village Green until October 6th. I think many of you have been enjoying it, and we thank the hundreds of people who have given their feedback about a new dog park location. The survey is still open at cityofsummit.org/dog park survey. So please continue to provide your feedback, if you will. And public service, energy and gas, milling and paving, seems like they are everywhere. Be advised that they are performing milling and paving throughout Summit this week. The schedule is available on the homepage of the city website and at cityofsummit.org/construction. Earlier this afternoon, we received a new schedule for the rest of the week, so the website has been updated with that new information, so you can check that out. Tomorrow, on Wednesday, September 17th, they will be paving portions of Sunset Drive, Blackburn Road, and Twombly Drive. And on Thursday, September 18th, they will finish up Twombly Drive and also work on Nob Hill Drive and Edgemont Avenue. PSEG is scheduling this work on roads where the trench backfill has had sufficient time to settle, and there are many other streets around town that they still need to pave. Please note, this work is being done by PSE&G, and we will continue to share the schedules that they provide to us on our website and social media pages. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Council President's report. I wanted to give the community an update on where we stand for our round 4 Mount Laurel process. As I mentioned at the last meeting, we closed out our challenge period at the end of August, and the city did receive 3 challenges. I think there might be some confusion amongst the public on whether they're lawsuits or challenges. I'm not a lawyer, but we pay our lawyer a lot of money, and they're called challenges. I would suggest don't take legal advice from people on Facebook. It's not a good idea. But we are being challenged. We're being challenged by 2 developers, as I mentioned, that we did not allow to join our plan. One developer wanted to put a project down on River Road that was vetted at the planning board for 200 units. Ultimately, the city said that was not consistent with our current zoning, and so it was rejected. The second developer We didn't even bother to send to the planning board because it was so out of scope with our community. He proposed an 8-story apartment building on the corner of Broad Street and Summit Avenue, where the Conoco station is. 300 units, 8 stories. Let that sink in a little bit. The only way not to have those two developers not challenge us would have been to say, okay. They were going to challenge us. This is part of the process. So for people who are like, oh my gosh, you're being challenged, the alternative is they'd be doing design plans right now for an 8-story building with 300 units. Again, we're going to work through the process. Fair Share also challenged us. They challenged 400-odd communities, and we'll deal with that. Going forward, which is the important part, the city has a mediation schedule with an adjudicator that was assigned to us and many other cities for September 29th. The goal of this mediation meeting, according to what's laid out in the legislation, is for us to try and come to some agreements with the challengers on whether or not to include part or some part of them in their plan, and then we would agree to move forward with augmenting our plan. The city also has the ability to say we're good where we go, and regardless, after the mediation meeting, the adjudicator would then advise what is called a program judge, who is a retired judge, part of this process, would then make recommendations or would make decisions on what aspects of these challenges would be needed to be included in our plan. Those recommendations would then go to an initial trial court, which is, again, part of the process that we would have a real back and forth if there's any other outstanding issues to finally be settled. There is an appeal process after that. That would happen as well. We are, before our mediation center, we are going to file our objections to the challenges with the mediator, because there are many things in the challenges we just think are factually incorrect, and we will push back on those. We're also planning to file a motion to determine what 25% means in the rule. What is going to be our actual realistic development number? The language in the legislation is unclear. If you believe Fair Share Housing, they think we have to build 345 units. Our vacant land analysis, which we've used for the last 3 rounds, says we should be doing 8. And nobody knows. You know, this will have to get adjudicated in court, and we'll figure that out. So there's a lot going on. Stay tuned. If you have questions, please reach out. Happy to talk to anybody about those things. Okay. Secondly, I just wanted to follow along with the end of Mayor Fagan's comments. Last week, we had 9/11, but also Wednesday. I wanted to comment on this. There was an assassination, a political assassination of Charlie Kirk. It was shocking. It was sad. It was lots of different adjectives. And certainly I was very depressed afterwards to see this happening in our nation. Now, I understand this is not the first political assassination. There have been elected officials on both sides of the aisle who have suffered this heinous end. We've had our current president had 2 assassination attempts on his life. In our nation, we value freedom, free speech, dialogue. Every single American should be abhorrent at what happened here. What particularly makes me sad and disgusted is some of the reactions to this happening online where people are cheering this, are happy about it, say he deserved it. Nobody deserves this. Nobody. For speaking their convictions, you may not agree with them. They have the right to do that. I think what struck a chord for many, certainly for me, is he was assassinated while exercising what we should all try to emulate, which is dialogue with people we don't agree with. He had strong opinions. Some completely disagree with them. That's great. You don't have to agree with everything. I tell my students all the time, if everyone agreed with me about everything I believe in, life would be really boring. It would stink. We should have different perspectives, but we should be able to talk them through. And worst case, your own conviction will be fortified because you had it challenged in rigorous debate. Or, just maybe, if you go into it with an open mind, maybe you're willing to learn something. And that's what this guy was all about. And again, you don't have to agree with everything that he said, but I think that's what's so shocking that happened, because we have a foundation for that in our country. I'm hoping that this could open people's minds to do that, and certainly locally. Like I think, we're in, as I mentioned, kind of the silly season of political back and forth. That's fine. We have elections. People should be challenged back and forth. It's about ideas exchanged. But let's do it in a way where there's no name calling. Online is a cesspool. And let's try and be better. We all deserve that for each other. I had a tough day on Thursday because Thursday was also 9/11. I still struggle to think about that day. But I talked to my students about that and what happened to Charlie Kirk. And what Elizabeth mentioned is sort of my big takeaway from 9/11. I lived in Manhattan while that happened. And I worked right across the street from the World Trade Center, so I saw a lot that day. Lost a lot of friends. But for the 3 months after 9/11, New York is a city of 8 million people. It was like living in a village. Through that shared grief and shared experience, you walk down the street in New York, people said hi to you. They looked you in the eye. They said, "How are you?" And they really meant it. It was the most amazing thing. And while that was a horrible tragedy, I took away a sense of hope. In our DNA, we have that ability to act that way with our neighbors. We do. I saw it firsthand amongst 8 million total strangers. That gives me hope, particularly in our community. We're not total strangers. Our kids go to the same schools. They play on the same sports teams. They're in the same plays. We go to church together. We should be able to have that sense of community. It's so important. And that is ultimately what I hope that tragedy that happened on Wednesday brings about, that we can look at each other differently and say, I don't agree with you, but let's talk about it, rather than call each other names or get someone to say something nasty in a comment section on Facebook about the person. So that is my long-winded Council President's statement. All right. Okey doke. Let's move along. We have a proclamation this week, don't we, Madam Mayor?
We do indeed. Is anybody here from DIR? Yes? Oh, good. How are you guys? Thanks for being here. Thank you. So, official because this is just a sealed sign. It's really pretty. But we don't have it here tonight.
It's not until tomorrow that it
True,
starts
true.
anyway, so you're right on.
Okay. Whereas September 17th, 2025 marks the 238th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. And whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion. And whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America, designating September 17th through September 23rd as Constitution Week. During this week, we celebrate our Constitution and the rights of citizenship that together we enjoy as the people of this proud nation. Now, therefore, I, Elizabeth Fagan, Mayor of the City of Summit, do hereby proclaim September 17th to September 23rd, 2025 as Constitution Week, and ask all citizens to reaffirm the ideals the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Summit to be affixed the 16th day of September in the year 2025. Thank you.
I just want to thank you for helping us to bring this to everyone's attention. That this is a wonderful, and listening to the things that have been going on in the meeting, every one of them, is because the Constitution lets us do all these things. So, thank you.
Thank you.
It's great.
Sure you do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, that was awesome. Yeah, I'm wearing my my American flag tie. I'm excited about Constitution Day tomorrow. And I was tasked with the historical minute this week. Councilman Pulowski has been globetrotting, eating a lot of really good food and such, and didn't have time to put this together, but he just flew back just for this meeting, which is an amazing thing to his dedication. I think I would have stayed and ate pasta for an extra day or two in Italy, but I've got the task of doing the historical minute today. So it's going to be a follow-up about the Constitutional Convention. So bear with me as I read this. Tomorrow is Constitution Day, which celebrates its signing by the delegates to the Philadelphia Convention that drafted it in the summer of 1787. New Jersey played an important role in the creation of a truly revolutionary idea about government, framing the relationship between people and government that exists to this day. The Constitution was not the first governing document the young United States of America had. During the Revolution, the Second Continental Congress drafted the Articles of Confederation, a, quote, League of Friendship, as it was called. It was designed by the new states to create a weak central government. This was on purpose. The main fear of the Congress at that time was replacing one tyranny with another. The new government couldn't tax or regulate foreign trade. Not bad, but it did not have an executive or judicial branch. While the new government successfully steered the young nation to victory during the Revolution, it struggled mightily afterwards in keeping the peace. Squabbles between states, economic hardships due to monetary and trade issues, and a rebellion by disgruntled farmers triggered a call for a meeting in Philadelphia to revise the Articles. The New Jersey delegation played a key role in the negotiations that created our current Constitution. In response to the Virginia Plan, William Paterson, who Paterson, New Jersey is named after, introduced the New Jersey Plan, featuring a unicameral legislature arguing in favor of equal representation for all states, which would favor small states like ours. This eventually led to the Great Compromise, creating two legislative houses with Paterson's ideas preserved in our current-day Senate. Other New Jersey delegates figured prominently in other debates. David Brearley, who served as Chief Justice on New Jersey Supreme Court, led the convention committee that created the Electoral College system, another key compromise for electing the president. William Livingston, Livingston's named after them, chaired the committee that negotiated one of the most controversial arguments plaguing the convention, creating the so-called 3/5 compromise, which counted enslaved people as a fraction of a person for numbering representation in the new House of Representatives. While justifiably reviled by many, this compromise allowed the fragile new nation to begin anew on its journey towards a, quote, a more perfect union. That journey would include replacing the contentious clause after the Civil War with the passage of the 14th Amendment, which changed the language to counting the, quote, whole person. Our Constitution, which opens with the famous preambles of, quote, we the people, unquote, serves as a reminder to the power of compromise. New Jersey led the way during that fateful summer by listening to diverse viewpoints and forging consensus out of those disparate voices, a lesson worthy of remembrance. All right, we're finally on to the business portion of our meeting, and it's only 9 o'clock. We have a few ordinances for hearing this evening. Madam Clerk, will you please read Law and Labor number 25-3354?
Council President,
Yes.
before we begin, can I just want to thank Lois for coming in. She is my friend, and I'm happy that she is here at council today. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
Okay. Ordinance number 25-3354, an ordinance authorizing the City of Summit to exchange certain real property for other lands desired for public use pursuant to the Local Lands and Buildings Law, NJSA 40A:12-16.
Thank you. Councilman Pulaski.
Thank you. This is ordinance number 25-3354. We introduced this ordinance at our last council meeting, and it authorizes the City of Summit to exchange certain real property for other lands desired for public use. More specifically, the city seeks to acquire a portion of real property at the old firehouse site currently owned by 299 Morris Ave Associates. And as consideration for this acquisition, the city will convey a portion of real property it owns having an address nearby, along with the sum of $175,000. Basically, the city owns several parcels of property at the old firehouse site, but they're not contiguous. This acquisition will allow the sale of contiguous lots, which we believe will allow for its sale at a higher price. I move to adopt this ordinance.
Open the hearing, perhaps?
I move to open a hearing on this ordinance.
Second.
Great. All right, I'm going to declare the hearing open. At this time, would any members of the public like to comment on this ordinance? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment portion of our hearing. Would any members of council like to comment on this ordinance? No? All right. The only thing I would say is I appreciate Law and Labor working on this. Also appreciate, Matt, your help and your firm's help for negotiating this contract. I think, as Councilman Pulaski said, this is one of the steps, a necessary step, to get this property ready for sale. Now that we will own a continuous piece, it'll make it much more desirable for whoever wants to bid on the land. So thank you, everybody. All right, without further ado, I'm going to close the hearing on this one and then move on. Madam Clerk, would you please read the Community Programs and Parking Services Ordinance number 25-3355?
An ordinance amending the code, Chapter 7, Traffic, Section 7-8, Parking, subsection 7-8.5, parking time limited on certain streets, and subsection 7-25.2, municipal parking lot areas.
Thank you so much. Councilman Smallwood.
Thank you, Council President. This is ordinance number 25-3355. As introduced on the last meeting in September 3rd, most of you know that the top-tier garage is currently closed due to repairs that need to be made immediately. So with this ordinance, we're amending this ordinance to allow for Broad Street Garage, which is at the corner of Broad Street and Summit Avenue, to designate the first 84 spaces in the open top section lot level as resident and downtown employee parking permit parking. Thank you. Changes, and we're also going to change 8 of the on-street parking from 90-minute spaces on DeForest Avenue to employee permit parking to help accommodate those employees who work on the west side of town. One of the things that we have to do as council members and elected officials is when we introduce an ordinance, it takes 2 meetings. The first is to introduce it. The second gives you an opportunity to hear from residents. We heard from quite a few shop owners, employees with the original, and so we went back to our parking director and went with another option that is a little bit more beneficial, because we need to prioritize our residents, our taxpayers. That's our number 1 priority. Our number 2 priority are shoppers and employees. And then the third is non-resident commuter parkers. Now, non-resident commuter parkers pay the most and they generate the most revenue. However, we need to prioritize our residents, our employees, and our shoppers first. So unfortunately, we will be reducing the number of non-resident parking in the Broad Street Garage to accommodate for our employees. And on that, I would like to move this ordinance for hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I'm going to declare the hearing open. At this time, would any member of the public like to comment on this particular ordinance? Please.
Hi, Dory Gagnon. So
Address?
Oh, hi. I
Hello.
have freedom of speech, but
I have to ask.
I do have to thank him for that, I have to say. But 27 Bedford Road. So I have emailed a couple times about DeForest Avenue. Real concerns, because we can't change CVS parking. Everyone in Summit knows people park there. They go to New York City. They probably leave there all day and do whatever. But we can change the city of Summit's parking. So I know that we're changing DeForest Avenue and making that employee all day, I guess. So I don't know if there's going to be bags over the meters on DeForest. The other day I saw a man in crutches. He might have had CP or some medical issue. He had to park in the lot across the street, the DeForest lot, and walk all the way over to CVS because there was no parking on the street or in CVS. So I stopped so he could walk in front of me to go to CVS. Now there's no handicap parking except in the CVS lot, which was taken, and there's nothing on the street for him. So here this man is taking maybe 20 minutes across the street to go get probably his prescriptions or something maybe at the store. There has to be more handicap parking downtown, and there has to be something on the street for him to be able to park. I sent an email saying that my son had surgery and we needed to run in, and there's no parking. So people who are utilizing CVS for their prescriptions need to have more parking nearby. Maybe we can have like 30-minute parking, and it could be also employee parking. I don't know, Nicole, if we can do that. But some justification for our residents and our employees to be able to use that, to be able to utilize CVS, because everyone knows we don't like the CVS parking lot, but we utilize the prescriptions in the pharmacy there. So we have to come to this new let them theory by Mel Robbins. They can do what they want with their parking lot, but we as residents still need to use the pharmacy. And for people who have special needs, need to be able to get there as well. And there's no handicap parking that's easily accessible for them. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Nice comments. Thank you.
Kevin McGoey, 113 Woodland Avenue. I have a question about the parking. When the previous council decided to move the firehouse to the new firehouse to its current location, the city lost 180 commuting parking spots. And they, I think, said we would get back 30-something when the firehouse was completed. And I'm just curious if, because I think we were going to lose 140 to 145 spots permanently that we've lost, 180 originally. Have we gotten that back? And is that also part of the problem? Because I know then what the city had to do was give away, I think, the top floor of the parking garage to commuters to make up for that. And it worked when people weren't returning home. I mean, returning to office, but now that people are returning to office, I think that's probably causing a problem. So I'm just curious, have we got back those spots? And do we have any plans to find new parking places? I mean, maybe some of the property that we own around Broad Street West, could that be a parking garage or what? Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments from the public? No? Okay, I'm going to declare the hearing closed, or not, the public portion of the hearing closed. Comments from council? Councilwoman Toth.
Okay, thank you, Council President. I support this ordinance, and I'm only sorry it took 3 times to introduce a proposal that should work. But I do have one additional suggestion to increase parking as somebody who worked and parked downtown for 20 years. The parking spaces on Morris Avenue next to the Central Presbyterian Church used to be bagged for employee parking. And when you'd go out to lunch and couldn't find a parking spot in any of the parking lots or the tiered garage, you could always find a parking spot by Central Presbyterian Church. But those spots are no longer bagged for employee parking, and if we need additional parking spaces to accommodate resident commuters or downtown employees, I think we should consider rebagging those spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilman Smallwood.
Thank you, Council President. Ms. Gagnon, I agree with you. I wish there were more parking spaces for CVS. I've actually witnessed someone literally park in CVS and walk to the train station. I don't think they actually even monitor their own parking lot. So that's an unfortunate thing, which obviously limits their parking spaces. So, with it being a pharmacy, that's maybe something that, we can work in the parking committee to see if there's a possibility to add a handicap spot that's the closest to the CVS, and maybe that could be a possibility as well. Mr. McGoey, you're absolutely right. When we lost 180 spaces due to the construction of the new firehouse, we did retain 30. Once it was completed, we did retain 32 spaces. So those lots, parking spaces are now open in the Broad Street East garage or parking lot. Apparently, it's just, unfortunately, it's still just not enough. We had to make the hard decision, and do you, from this standpoint, Claire, unfortunately, it took 3 meetings to do this. But I think it's also important the fact that we took resident feedback, shop owners' feedback, and adjusted. Unfortunately, that wasn't done with Broad Street West soon enough. Maybe we wouldn't be in the situation we are in now. So, in terms of the parking, again, one of the things that we have to prioritize first are our residents, and 2, our employees and shoppers. And unfortunately, the revenue portion of that, of the non-resident commuters, suffers for right now. So until we can, we need to make sure that we maintain our infrastructure throughout the years so that we don't get to this point by letting our tier garage deteriorate decades after decades. This is something I believe that probably regular maintenance could have really taken care of. And unfortunately, we're at this point that we had to shut it down, and we are currently working on it. We received a report back from ONS, the engineer that provided us the report earlier this year that would be fixing it. And we're going to try and repair that as quickly as possible with the most permanent solutions that we possibly can.
Thank you. Other comments from council? Councilman Pulowski.
Thank you. On CVS, it's a problem. And it's not just, it's a particularly bad problem on Sundays when we have the farmer's market, because people go and park there to go to the farmer's market, and others can't go and get their prescriptions. I believe we have in the past asked CVS to try and do something about that, and they didn't seem too interested. But we should talk at our next parking meeting about asking them again, or maybe even asking if they could put up a sign that says no farmers market parking, strictly enforced, you will be towed, whatever, even if they don't intend to follow through on it. That might act as a deterrent. With regard to other parking options, we've also been discussing the possibility of using our parking lot at the firehouse, and whether that's feasible, at least until we sell that property. There are 29 lined spots there that are not being used currently. Also, there's no parking on Broad Street right there, because once upon a time, the fire trucks had to be able to get in and out of the fire station. That's no longer an issue, so we might be able to get another 8 to 10 spots on Broad Street, and we're going to try to do something about that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
I just want to say one.
Councilwoman Hamlet.
I would just like to say, if we could just keep track of these stats, I think it's going to be important to track daily, because if there are empty spaces in the garage that we just took out, and we're noticing that, I'm not sure how quickly we can get those stats, but I think it's important that we keep our finger on the pulse of what this data actually means, because I do think it's valuable to be losing the non-resident commuter. I get it. But I went in the garage on Friday. I know Friday's a light day, but it was half empty. I can only work with data, and I would just ask that for the next couple of weeks, we're really, really diligent in monitoring this and making sure that this is the right decision. I believe it is right now, but I think we should just come back with some stats so we can evaluate and make a decision again.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yeah, I would just end it by saying, parking, I've said this before, show me a town that doesn't have a parking problem, and I'll show you a town that's in trouble. It's one of those problems that, it's a good thing. People want to come and come to your town, but you have to obviously address it. I kept hoping naively that by now, 10 years ago, I thought by now we'd be all driving self-driving cars and we wouldn't need parking. You could just call it on an app and it would come. But that still seems to be several years away. So we do have to address this. I would also, parking patterns are changing rapidly. Businesses are pushing very, very hard now to get people to come back to work. I know that this is a pretty dynamic situation. So I concur with Councilwoman Hamlet. We do have to keep our eye on this. Last year, we might have been able to get away with really not doing really much of anything, or not, because there were excess spots around. That's really not as much the case now, because people are beginning to go back to work in larger numbers, and if that trend continues, we might have to do more drastic things in the future. If necessary. So thank you, Councilwoman Hamlet, for pointing that out. All right, any other comments? All right, I'm going to declare this hearing closed. Capital Projects and Community Services, 22-3356. This has been pushed. We never got this back from the planning board. So we're going to push this to October 7th for the hearing, after the planning
Council
board
President?
looks at it. Capital Projects and Community Service, 25-3357, same thing. Planning board didn't get us a recommendation back, so this is the hearing's going to be deferred to October 7th as well. All right, at this stage, we're into the ordinances for final consideration. Madam Clerk, will you please read Law and Labor 25-3354?
An ordinance authorizing the City of Summit to exchange certain real property for other lands desired for public use pursuant to the local lands and buildings law, NJSA 40A:12-16.
Thank you so much. Councilman Pulowski.
Thank you. This is ordinance number 253354. Having completed the hearing on this ordinance, I move to adopt it.
Do I have a second?
Oh, second. Sorry.
All right, roll call, please.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Hamlet?
Aye.
Ms. Kaminson?
Aye.
Mr. Pulaski?
Aye.
Mr. Smallwood?
Aye.
Ms. Toth?
Aye.
President McTiernan?
Aye. Motion carries. All right, Madam Clerk, this time would you please read ordinance from Community Programs and Parking Services, number 25-3355?
An ordinance amending the code, Chapter 7, Traffic, Section 7-8, Parking, subsection 7-8.5, Parking Time Limited on Certain Streets, and subsection 7-25.2, Municipal Parking Lot Areas.
Thank you so much. Councilman Smallwood.
Thank you, Council President. Having just heard the hearing, I move this ordinance for adoption.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Hamlet?
Aye.
Ms. Kaminson?
Aye.
Mr. Pulaski?
Aye.
Mr. Smallwood?
Aye.
Ms. Toth?
Aye.
President McTiernan?
Aye. Motion carries. Okay. The other two are pushed. So we're now on to our ordinances for introduction. Madam Clerk, will you please read Capital Projects and Community Services Ordinance number 12063?
An ordinance amending the code of the City of Summit, Chapter 35, Development Regulation Ordinance, Article 7, Terminology, various subsections of Article 9, General Zoning Provisions, Article 14, Design and Performance Requirements, and relocating the Development Design Guidelines from Attachment 1 to Part 2 zoning.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Hamlet.
Sorry, I was just making sure which meeting this was at, the last planning board. Do you remember?
I'm sorry?
Which meeting was this for the planning board?
It'll be referred to the planning board as soon as we introduce it.
Right,
Yep.
right. So we have to go back. Okay, sorry. I was thinking it was the last one, but, because it
Yeah.
goes around 3 times. Thank you, Council President. This is ID 12063, an ordinance amending the code of the City of Summit, Development Regulations Ordinance, Article 7, various subsections of Article 9, General Zoning Provisions, Design and Performance Requirements. Essentially, the City of Summit adopted a new Chapter 35 Development Regulations Ordinance, or the DRO as we refer it to, of the City Code in 2020. The DRO is a living document which is intended to be updated from time to time as deemed to be necessary for the purposes of refinement, adjust policy decisions, and address emerging land use issues. The DRO amendments contained herein are based on the Planning Board's recommendation derived from a periodic review of the ordinance. So essentially, the Planning Board goes and looks at any regulations that they think they need to change. In the DRO, they spend all year looking at applications and making recommendations to changes. So I just want to give credit to the Planning Board for doing that. They work really hard, and I think they've made some great recommendations. So I'd like to move this ordinance.
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Hamlet?
Aye.
Ms. Kaminson?
Aye.
Mr. Pulaski?
Aye.
Mr. Smallwood?
Aye.
Ms. Toth?
Aye.
President McTiernan?
Aye. All right, motion carries. All right, we're on to our resolution section of our meeting, and we have a few to get through. First, our finance. Councilwoman Toth, you want to do finance number 1?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I am actually very excited to introduce Resolution 12100, which certifies the city's 2024 audit. Municipalities undergo a stricter audit than most other entities, with additional requirements imposed by the Government Accounting Office. and auditors are instructed that they should find deficiencies. A clean audit should be an outlier rather than a routine event. Well, Summit's 2024 audit was clean with 0 deficiencies, and we should acknowledge the hard work of CFO Baldwin, Finance Director Kobliska, and their staff for achieving this result. It's really remarkable. An audit is not an affirmation of our financial position. It doesn't say we're doing a good job or that we're not. It merely says that we reported our results correctly. So, our financial position at the end of 2024 deteriorated slightly from that at the end of 2023. Assets and account balances are down a bit. Debts and expenses are up. Our surplus is also down. None of this says that we're in trouble, because we aren't. However, the situation does bear watching, and we should be making adjustments sooner rather than later. With all that, I move to adopt this resolution.
I second that with a thank you to our CFO for doing a great job.
All right. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this first resolution?
Just, I'm not surprised.
Name and address,
Oh,
please.
sorry, Diego Hoy, Argyle Court. Sorry, Mike.
Thank you.
I'm not surprised. Tell me that we have good reporting. I have a simple clarifying question. Where on the website can we find the audited financial statements?
Through you, Council President, I will get it up on the website tomorrow. There's been a lot of activity. I apologize. It will be there. The unaudited is there, but I will get the audited up tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Hoyk.
Other comments from the public? All right, comments from council?
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Smallwood.
I just would like to reiterate the hard work that our business administrator, Ms. Baldwin, does throughout this entire process. From our budget process for the following year actually really starts now, working with the department heads, and we're in end of September of 2025, and she's already working on and putting together the 2026 budget. So she really has no break, and so you do a fantastic job, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Other comments? Yeah, I would just echo that sentiment. City Administrator Baldwin, thank you so much. Thank you for that conversation we had when you would consider actually becoming the city administrator, and you've done a wonderful job. And with maintaining the hat as CFO, I don't ever remember getting a completely, certainly my old time on council, there was always one or two things the auditor would say, oh, you got to do this, usually small, just to make sure that you recognize you were paying them for something. So it's incredibly rare to get a completely 100%. They were, you're doing everything right. That's rare. And I just want to say that, but I'm not surprised at that because of the amazing job that you do and your attention to detail and such. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We're in great hands. Okay, other comments? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, finance number 2, Councilwoman Toth.
Thank you, Council President. This is Resolution ID 12160, and on July 29th, Council adopted a series of ordinances authorizing the city to issue bonds and notes to fund the 2025 capital projects for the city, the sewer utility, the joint meeting, and the parking utility. Passing Resolution 12160 will begin the issuance process. I move to adopt this resolution.
I second.
At this time, any member of the public would like to comment on this resolution? All right, members of council? Okay, I believe we need a roll call for this resolution?
Yes. Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Hamlet?
Aye.
Ms. Kalmanson?
Aye.
Mr. Pulaski?
Aye.
Mr. Smallwood?
Aye.
Ms. Toth?
Aye.
President McTiernan?
Aye. Motion carries. All righty, finance number 3, Councilwoman Toth.
Okay, thank you, Council President. Lieutenant Michael Byrne is retiring from the Summit Police Department effective October 1st, 2025. He's been the lieutenant heading up the Community Services Branch. Resolution 12162 authorizes the city to pay Lieutenant Byrne his terminal leave in accordance with the City Personnel and Procedures Manual. I move to adopt this resolution.
Second.
Comments from the public? Comments from council?
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Boyer.
The only comment that I would like to make is to thank Lieutenant Byrne for his exceptional service to this city. We're going to miss him on the force. I know the transition for police officers retiring is pretty tough, and we wish him the best. May he go fishing on a boat in Florida.
Thank you, Councilman Boyer. Good points. Other comments? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, last finance, number 4, Councilwoman Toth.
Thank you, Council President. Summit's Assistant Treasurer recently resigned, and Resolution 12169 declares a vacancy so that we can begin the search for a replacement. I move to adopt this resolution.
Second.
Comments from the public? Comments from council? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Okay, we're on to capital projects and community services. Councilwoman Hamlet.
Thank you, Council President. This is Resolution 12163, appointing member for the Veterans Affordable Housing Project Task Force. The member that has been chosen is Andy Smith from the American Legion. One of the things that we are pursuing is a Veterans Affordable Housing Project. So we have, I should say, the Council President has established a committee. And the great thing about the committee is it's typically people who are on opposite sides of the table on discussions, which I think is really exciting, to include people from different views, different backgrounds. And I just credit Council President for putting that group together. We had a really productive meeting this week, and I'm looking forward to having more meetings. So I'd like to introduce this resolution.
Second.
All righty. Comments from the public? Comments from council? Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Didn't mean to cut you off before you jumped.
Sorry, Kevin, go again. I just one question. I know that like we have a lot of low-income housing in Summit right now, 195 units of our own, which isn't counted towards our affordable housing stock from a state perspective. If we did and I think it's because we give Summit residents the right of first refusal. I mean, it's ironic because you're talking about low income, not affordable housing. But I'm just curious, I don't know, is if we allocate a portion to veterans, will that run afoul of any obligations or not allow that to then also be counted if we did affordable housing that was for veterans? And as an Army brat whose father is buried in Arlington, I'm all for the veterans, so thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Other comments from the public? All right, I'll just make a comment just to address Mr. Regoe. This would be a new, the goal of this task force is to create, our stated goal is to create a new affordable housing project that would house up to, our goal is 20 veterans. We're still discussing whether that would be some combination of disabled veterans, veterans with families, and/or possibly homeless veterans. So this is really exciting, as Councilwoman Hamlet said. We have a very diverse group of people who are kind of all pulling in the same direction for this, which is really nice to see. We're in discussions right now, you know, how feasible this project will be. As everybody knows, there's not a lot of land in Summit. So where this would go, we're still discussing, but there are some promising possibilities that, you know, I don't want to get everyone overexcited, but we're looking at. If this were to come to fruition, this would be an additive thing. So we would amend our plan to look to include this. We're having these discussions with our planners, whether we're going to amend the plan regardless, because we're doing this. But these are all questions. So this is very early in the planning stages, but it wouldn't veterans qualify as affordable housing, and you may know better than me. I think you get bonus credits for housing for veterans, so they count more than once, which is so it's great for veterans, as you mentioned. I think that a lot of people were excited about a project like that, and from a numbers perspective, for this process, which I'm less excited about, it would mean we'd get extra credits for that. So I hope that answers your question. Yes, Councilwoman.
I think one of
Councilwoman
the projects that I think Soldier On is working on right now is in Tinton Falls, correct? Is that the one?
There's a couple
There's a
in
couple.
different in neighboring towns. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's all.
All right. Any other comments? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion carries. All right. We have a few community programs and parking services or resolutions. Councilman Smallwood, number 1, please.
Thank you, Council President. This is resolution ID number 12170. And I'm very proud to actually rescind this resolution and reauthorize the execution of the grant agreement. The previously approved resolution did not reflect the price reduction of $58,790, bringing the total down from $1.6 million to $1.649,956 to $1.5 million. $91,166. Again, a savings of $58,790, which I attribute the success to both Director Ozorowski and Mark Ozorowski and David Guida at the Department of Community Programs for working on this. This revised resolution will authorize the signature of the Green Acres Agreement, in which this project is fully funded through grants, donations, and previous city capital budgets. I anticipate this council will award the project to 2 vendors using the state contractor at our October 7th council meeting, and I move to approve this resolution.
Second.
Comments from the public? Comments from council? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, community programs number 2, Councilman Smallwood.
Council President, I would like to combine resolution ID number 12150 and 12151, as they are both grants and very similar in nature.
Perfect, yeah. So we're bundling number 2 and 3 on your agenda. If
Correct.
You're following along. Perfect.
Yep. The resolution ID 12150 is the HEART Grant Program through the Union County Office of Cultural and Heritage Affairs, provides support for community-based projects in the arts, history, and education. The program aims to expand public access to cultural enrichment across Union County. In 2026, the Department of Community Programs will add a Founders Day event to the city's lineup in conjunction with a much larger plan to celebrate the 250th anniversary of America. I move to, hold on. And then Resolution ID 12151 is the Union County History Grant Program supports projects that promote the research, preservation, and dissemination of local history. The city of Summit played a vital role in the American Revolution, being located along the 700-mile route to Yorktown, Virginia. With that, I move to approve both of these resolutions.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments from the public on these resolutions? Comments from council?
Just
Councilman Boyer?
Just one real quick. With the second grant, the historic grant, Summit played a vital role in our revolution. I mean, we have the Beacon Hill where they had the light, and I am excited to see that these traditions come to light and that kids can learn from this and be a part of it, because our history is very important, especially the vital role that Summit played in our community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we're on to community programs and parking services number 4. Councilman Smallwood.
Thank you, Council President. This is Resolution ID number 12152 to authorize a grant application submission for recreational opportunities for individuals with disabilities for the 25-26 grant program and authorize execution of the grant agreement. The ROD grant is applied for annually to include people with disabilities in our municipality recreation and leisure services. Everyone has the right to participate with their fellow citizens in their local recreation programs. There is 20% local match to state funds awarded. City of Summit matching funds are generated through collaboration fees with other towns and program registration fees. The grant helps to maintain the programs as affordable for all participants, such as the TRICAM program is a great resource that provides the opportunities for individuals with disabilities and mentorship opportunities for Summit's youth. This grant will build on TRICAM's previous successes. I move to approve this resolution.
Second.
Comments from the public? Comments from council? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, last one for community programs, number 5, Councilman Smallwood.
Thank you, Council President. This is Resolution ID number 12171 to declare a vacancy in Department of Community Programs Program Aid. I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. When Nolly left, I told you he was irreplaceable. So we now have another vacancy. This resolution will allow the Department of Community Programs to hire new program aide after a recent resignation. This position plays an integral role in the operational of the department as assisting in quality program delivery, department communications, and customer service for the city's recreational needs. This role ensures consistency of staff levels within the department. I move to approve this resolution.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, comments from the public? Comments from council? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, moving right along, administrative policies and community services, Councilwoman Calmelson.
Thank you, Council President. This is Resolution ID 12145, which establishes the Summit 250 Planning Committee and appoints members. The year 2026 marks the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence and the founding of the United States of America. The Summit 250 Planning Committee will plan meaningful programs, events, and commemorations leading up to and during the year 2026. Members appointed to the Summit 250 Planning Committee are Jenny Hoff, Chief Communications Officer and Co-Chair, Megan Trindell, Assistant Chief Communications Officer, David Guida Jr., Community Programs Department Representative and Co-Chair, Patty Miola, Historical Society Representative, Lisa Kant, Summit Junior Fortnightly Club Representative, Amy Bear Shields, Summit Public Library Representative, Dr. Elizabeth Fagan, Mayor, and Council President Mike McTurnan, Council Liaison. I move to adopt this resolution.
Do I hear a second?
Delia?
Second, sorry.
All right, comments from the public? Comments from council?
Council President.
Councilman Boyer.
Only comment I'll make is I was on the admin last year, and we briefly talked about this. I was also excited about it. I'm glad to see it's moving forward. I'm glad to see that we have folks on a committee. Once again, like the grant that I mentioned before, this is really important stuff and one thing that the city can come together and enjoy. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilwoman Hamlet.
I would just say that I give credit to Commissioner Tom Arnone down in Monmouth County. So Michelle, I would say, as I've advised in committee, we've got the playbook for the 250. We may not be able to do everything like Monmouth County, but it's really impressive what that group in Monmouth County has done for the 250. And so I would hope that we can continue to do really great things with this grant money, and hopefully we'll see a plan in admin really soon. And I'll be happy to help you with that.
Thank you. Other comments? Yeah, I just have one comment or question. I mean, are we going to be liaisoning with the schools at all? I know the schools are doing that. Is that a purpose of this committee, to coordinate things that they're going to be doing as well?
Yes, yes. We're going to have some subcommittees too that break out, and there's going to be a lot of opportunity for people to volunteer. But yes, citywide, every opportunity available to celebrate.
Awesome, thank you.
Also, we partnered with the Ideas programs in the elementary schools to get the kids thinking about ideas around this celebration. And then, so that was this past spring, and then this coming spring, or this coming academic year, they will sort of solidify some of the suggestions that came through the last year's efforts.
Oh, exciting. Looking forward to seeing them. That's great. Yes, Councilman Pulowski.
So to that end, some folks in town may have noticed that down at Washington School, there's an electrical box that's painted with an owl on it. There are also electrical boxes all over town that don't look so hot. Maybe we could enlist some of our young artists at the schools to do something with the 250th theme, bolster our patriotism, spruce up these boxes.
Yeah.
I'll ask Elizabeth, because she's on the Board of Ed.
JCP&L might have something to say about it, but.
Yeah.
Well, they let us do the one.
Councilwoman Camelson?
Thank you, Council President. Yes, the one at Washington is not quite finished yet. We spoke, Aaron and I spoke a lot about, how we would love to see the utility boxes, be more cheerful and pleasant. So that's not finished yet, but when it's finished, I believe we were going to try to start a pilot program. And yeah, so hopefully we could see other people volunteer and, beautify the utility boxes all over town.
Red, white, and blue.
There you go. All right, any other comments? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, moving right along, Law and Labor, Councilman Pulowski.
Thank you. This is resolution ID number 12159. We passed the ordinance authorizing the land swap at the old firehouse site earlier tonight. This resolution authorizes execution of the contract necessary to make it happen. I move to pass this resolution.
Second?
Comments from the public? Comments from council? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we have one safety and health today. Councilman Boyer.
Through you, Council President. Councilwoman Comiston, do you want to read this in? If not, I can do it.
Animal control.
I can do it.
Yeah, do you?
Yeah, no,
okay.
yeah, no worries, no worries. You were on a roll today, so I was like, thank you, Council President. This is resolution ID number 12103. This resolution authorizes a 2-year extension of our contract with Animal Control Solutions, LLC, for essential animal control services running from January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2027, not to exceed the amount $73,500 per contract year. This continues our proven partnership that delivers effective and efficient services, and this was recommended by our health officer and purchasing agent. I move this for adoption.
Second.
Have any comments from the public on this resolution? Comments from council?
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Boyer.
The one thing I will say is that this was kind of the only ticket in town. And if anyone out there is watching, I know that there's other animal control places in New Jersey. I would say, hey, submit a bid, right? We're looking for more companies to come out. We want to be, the city wants some competitive rates, right? So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from council?
I would just say,
Yeah, Councilwoman
Councilman,
Hammond.
I would agree with Jamel. I spent more time on animal control today than I care to admit to. But when you look at the contract, we pay a monthly amount, and then we're getting charged for extra cats and extra dogs, and it does add up. So I think we're going to pass this tonight, but I still think we should critically think about if there's any other solutions down the road that, I even called former Mayor Jordan Glatt this morning and looked into whether any municipalities were doing any shared services for this. Didn't sound like that was an option, but I think we should still keep thinking about this one. It's a high number. I'm not crazy about it. I'm not going to vote for it.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilwoman Camilson.
Thank you, Council President. We've discussed this a lot at the Board of Health, and they're the only people that respond. They're the only people that respond to our RFP, and it is a high number, but we do need to have animal control. And I think it was another town, possibly Plainfield, they just didn't have any animal control. We have to have animal control, and they're the only ones responding. So yes, we would love more competitive bids, but at the moment, we don't have one.
Thank you. Councilman Smallwood.
I mean, I know that, we're limited in terms of number of providers, but is there a way to, this is do we pay them on a per job basis? Is this a salary? Like, are they guaranteed up to $73,500? What has happened in the past couple of years where have we gone below the amount that we've authorized? I also feel like this is a very high number. How many cases happen on an average each year? Is there a way for us to negotiate, say, hey, you know what, there was only 10 cases last year. Is there any way we can reduce the number? Can we negotiate on a per case by case basis?
Ms. Baldwin, do you have
Yes,
info
through
on
you,
that?
Council President. I talked a lot about this today, too, with several people. This contract was originally done for 24 and 25, with providing a 2-year extension for 26 and 27 at no increase for the monthly amount. So don't quote me, I think it's $5,031 or $5,131 per month for the services, and they are not increasing that for 26, 27 because we are, with this, if this resolution passes, we are taking that option to exercise the 2-year extension. They do also charge separately for like a cat disposal. I was reading through all the different things that they charge for: cat disposal, stray stay over, things like that. So I do think that there could be an opportunity in the future to look and see if there are other solutions. I know that all of the CFOs in Union County, we talk about this all the time. It feels a little bit like garbage, like, hey, this is the only one out there and this is the one you have to take. But again, there's no increase this year. And to your question, Mr. Smallwood, about the not to exceed is a little bit higher than what the contract amount is. And we did not, I looked at last year, we didn't hit it. We have not hit it yet this year. As we often do with contracts, we just put a little buffer in there so that we don't have to keep coming back with every additional, if it's $230 to dispose of a cat and I have to come back and go through a whole resolution for that. But we haven't exceeded that in any contract year that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? All right, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're on to our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Oh.
Have a second?
I want to pull some things out.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have a second. Okay.
We-
Who would like to go first to pull something? Councilwoman Toth.
Yeah, I would like to pull the first item under finance, 12115.
Okay.
Discuss that one separately.
Fine. And Councilwoman Hamlet.
I'd like to pull both sidewalk projects
Which
that are
ones are
bid
those?
advertisements.
That's the Mount Vernon,
And Canoe
Ave, and Canoe Brook? Okay, all right. All right, so let's do this. Let's vote on the consent agenda.
Sorry, one more.
Another one?
Yep. 12140.
Is that a finance one? Okay, that's the cancel the property taxes and refund overpayment?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's, we're gonna vote on all the ones that are not pulled, so we're pulling capital projects number 2, number 3, finance number 1, and finance number 11. We'll talk about those separately. Do I have a motion to, actually, at this time, do I have a motion to approve the consent? No.
You
agenda?
asked for a motion already.
I already did, yeah, okay.
Need
so
a second.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay, at this time, are there any members of the public who would like to comment on those consent agenda items that we're bundling? Any comments from council? Yes.
You're asking for comments?
I'm asking for comments on not the pulled items, the ones that are just bundled together, okay? Yeah. Okay, seeing none, any comments from council on those items that are bundled together? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so those consent agenda items pass. Now we're going to move to these individual ones.
Excuse me, Council. May I ask just for a 5-minute break? We've been at this for a while.
We're so close.
We're not as close as you think we are.
That makes me sad.
Can we just individually go to the bathroom?
All right, now we'll do a quick 5-minute break, okay? 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, I'm going to call our meeting back to order. Thanks for being on time for 5 minutes. All right, so we do have 3 pulled, 1, 2, 3, 4 pulled resolutions. Let's go, we'll just go them down the page. So Councilwoman Hamlet, why don't you read the capital projects, community services on the consent agenda number 2.
Sorry, is this Mount Vernon or maybe?
It's you, Mount Vernon.
Me, Mount Vernon. Can I just give a little description of why I wanted to pull these first? Is that
You're
okay?
introducing it.
Okay.
You can say whatever you want.
So, just to give everybody a little bit of history, when I first joined Common Council, one of my biggest gripes was that a project suddenly just vanished from the agenda. Didn't know where it went. And I remember I emailed then Council Member Jamie Levine. This was in April of '23. And I said, "Hi, Jamie, can you please provide a recap on why the project is off the table when you have time? Nothing urgent." And she responds, "Significant resident opposition." And for some of you who have been paying attention for years, this is probably triggering your memory. I couldn't figure out where the Mount Vernon project went. We planned for the grant, we got public feedback, never heard about it again. So I went back and forth with Lisa Allen, and I said, we have to tighten this up. We have to tighten this process up. We're going through resident feedback. We're going for grants. We're talking to residents. They're coming to meetings. And then poof, it was gone. And now here we are, ironically, talking about Mount Vernon sidewalks, which was, I think, proposed in '22 and suddenly disappeared, and Canoe Brook Parkway sidewalks. They went for the grant, but there wasn't a ton of resident feedback at the time. What we've done is our engineer has gone back and asked for a ton of resident meetings, a ton of resident feedback. If you live on Canoe Brook Parkway, I see many of you here, many of you on Mount Vernon. There's a lot of kids on Mount Vernon. I was shocked at how many kids there were on Mount Vernon. There was some significant resident opposition from the Mount Vernon project because of an intersection. Director Schrager, which one? It was the New Providence intersection, correct?
Correct, to you, Council President, with New Providence, where Kent Place meets Mount Vernon and New Providence. Yeah.
But it takes a lot to get these projects moving forward, and you're never going to satisfy 100% of the people. And as a council member, your responsibility is to think about the safety of an entire town, right? It's not just because one resident doesn't want a sidewalk and one does. I'd love to just pick and choose projects, but the reality is there was a lot of work put in by this team, and the facts are that I questioned this back in '23 when it came off of the agenda. And so I want to pull these separately because I want the residents to have an opportunity to come up and tell us their thoughts. And so with that, I will move on to introducing these resolutions.
You're just introducing number 2 right now.
Okay.
Okay, do
Just-
we have a
that's
sec,
right.
do we have a second?
Did you make a motion?
You make a motion to
I
introduce it?
Would like to make a motion to. Sorry. I'd like to make a motion to introduce this resolution.
All right, do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, do I have comments from the council, or not from the council, from the public, please? All right, comments from council.
Well, I would just say that there proves my point, that it was canceled in '23 because of significant resident opposition. When I walked Mount Vernon, even last night, everybody wanted this sidewalk, absolutely everybody. They were begging. There might be one person who's not here that doesn't want the sidewalk, but for little Henry that lives on the corner, and Penny, who lives in the brand-new renovated house, there's probably 10 kids within that area. So, again, these projects take a lot of work. I'm proud that we brought this one back. This has taken years, and that is a very, very busy street.
Excuse me, I think I missed my opportunity. We're talking about Canoe Parkway.
No, this is Mount Vernon.
Mount Vernon.
Yeah. Okay, any other, we will get to that. Is this for,
This is for comment on the Mount Vernon.
okay. I know this has been confusing, I'll allow you to comment. Yep, come on up.
Yeah, it did get okay. Eric Moberg. I live at 5 Harvey Court. It's M-O-B-E-R-G. With regard to that sidewalk and that entire area encompassing the Harvey Court, Harvey Drive area, it does have some assistance needed for pedestrian accessibility to the downtown region. So whether it's the sidewalks along Mount Vernon to Kent Place, and also potentially a crosswalk at Passaic Avenue where it meets Harvey Drive. So just to help everyone picture it in their mind, if you're driving southbound on Passaic Avenue, you're heading towards the Kings, so Bristol Myers Squibb would be behind you. You'd be passing the cemetery on your right, heading up towards the light. At that junction where Harvey Drive comes out, there's a lot of pedestrian traffic that crosses over Passaic to get to Kent Place Boulevard. The vehicles, have a good amount of momentum coming around that bend and coming up that hill, passing the cemetery on the right. So between a sidewalk, Mount Vernon to Kent Place, and then a crosswalk allowing all those residents in the Harvey Court, Harvey Drive area to get across the road. Another little interesting fun fact is in that neighborhood, there's 23 dogs. So you have a lot of dog walkers who are looking to get into downtown. So it would be welcomed by all of those people. And then furthermore, there are students that are also crossing at that junction across Passaic. So I think it would be well received by everyone in that area. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Other comments from the public on that second consent agenda resolution about Mount Vernon? No. Okay, any other comments from council?
This gentleman.
Oh, you have a comment. I'm sorry.
El Rampador, Hudson County. I like what that man said about the sidewalks and the crosswalks. I would also ask that all this stuff be handicap accessible. Also, with the signage for stop for pedestrians in Hudson County, I have to fight for traffic access for a blind person because there's no traffic light at an intersection, and we also need talking traffic lights for blind people. People don't know about this stuff because we don't talk about it enough. But we need more accessibility. Please put the last first when you put all this stuff in. And I have more comments later about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from the public? Okay. Comments from council?
Just one final one.
Yes, Councilwoman Hamlet.
Just one final one. The residents on Harvey are putting together a petition for that crosswalk, and I've been speaking with Director Schrager about that, so I'm hopeful that you guys can rally because it's a tough road there, and I see exactly what you guys are saying. So hopefully this will help in the meantime as you get that petition together and rally the neighborhood up.
Thank you. Other comments? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, capital projects number 3 for the people keeping score at home. This is on the Canoe Brook Parkway Improvement Project. Councilwoman Hamlet.
Thank you, Council President. So this one was a little bit of a different story. The previous council, I think I was at the tail end of the initial vote for this grant for Canoe Brook Parkway, so I don't think anybody up here was here when the last council went for this grant for Canoe Brook Parkway, which puts everybody up here in sort of a tough position because the city went for a grant and nobody really understands what the residents' feedback was until most recently, until we had a lot of resident meetings. We did have a bunch of resident meetings, and there are a lot of people who were for the sidewalks, against the sidewalks. It didn't seem like anybody wanted to narrow the road. There was overwhelming opposition to the roundabout. We did change after resident feedback, after looking at all the statistics from the sidewalks being on both sides to the sidewalks not being on the sides where it was most impacted by utility. But the overwhelming majority of residents were in favor of sidewalks on at least this. We finally got, at least, I know there's probably a few here who are not happy at all, and we'll speak to that as well, but this was a lengthy process, and I hope that you feel that your voices were heard, and I've been out to speak to a lot of you, and this was a long process here. So with that, I will introduce Resolution 12155. Is that right? So this is engineering, go out for bid ad for Canoe Brook Parkway Improvement Project. This will include upgraded draining structures, inspection of repairs of sewers, curbing repairs, ADA sidewalk ramps, crosswalk installation, 4-way stops. Anticipated duration of the project is 12 to 16 weeks. This is funded by a local transportation project fund from NJDOT grant in the amount of $1 million. And then there's some capital money as well. I'd like to introduce this resolution.
Second.
All right, do we have any comments from the public on this resolution?
I will defer to this gentleman. Yeah, you're going, right?
Hello. My name is Kayvon Mercedes. I live at 248 Woodland Avenue. That's right at the intersection of Woodland and Canoe Brook. Here to speak about the Canoe Brook Improvement Project. First, I'd like to thank the council and the city engineers for taking the time to be thoughtful about improving our community. I know it's not easy. My 2 daughters, my wife, and I live directly at the intersection of Canoe Brook and Woodland. While we support much of the plans that have been presented by Councilwoman Hamlet, we strongly oppose the plans for this intersection specifically. Currently at this intersection, there are 2 stop signs. The proposed plans are calling for 6 stops. I'm here to go on the record that my family and I, as well as our neighbors on the intersection directly, are strongly opposed to converting our intersection to one with 6 stop signs. Instead, we would like to see a simple 4-way stop. A 4-way stop is simple. Drivers and pedestrians navigate 4-way stops all over town every day. Anything more complicated endangers drivers, kids, and pedestrians. Importantly, a 4-way stop is also consistent with the character of this residential neighborhood that we live in. A 6-way stop is not. We've been advocating for several months to have the plans be adjusted to include a 4-way stop. We have met with the council as well as the city engineer. We've now been given assurances that a 4-way stop will be considered and that the changes at this intersection will not proceed until the families living directly on the intersection have their input reflected in the design of this intersection. Woodland Avenue and Canoe Brook Parkway do not meet at right angles. This is not straightforward. However, I fully trust that the city engineering team can find a solution that the neighbors directly on the intersection support. My family and I are supportive of the Canoe Brook Improvement Project, if and only if we can expect an amendment later on to reflect our input on the design of this intersection. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Other comments from the public?
Hi, Stephen Peterson, 63 Canoe Brook Parkway, Peterson. I actually came, I would beg to differ about overwhelming opposition to the traffic circle. I was one of, I think, 2 people who thought it was a good idea. At the time, we were told that a 4-way stop was not possible at this intersection. When I then read, or learned a few days ago, that we were moving ahead with a 4-way stop, that was very easy for me to reconcile myself to. 4-way stop is simple. And I actually came simply to ask what happened to make the 4-way stop possible. Our neighbors, we're one house removed from that corner, but we're pretty darn close. Our neighbors actually showed me the plan just now for the 6-way stop, and I would like to concur that it looks needlessly complicated, and I'm a little concerned about the aesthetics. The comment that the gentleman made about consistency with the residential neighborhood, I think is spot on. What is happening at the corner that's closest to our house just looks like a whole mess of concrete and signage and crosswalks that wouldn't really need to be there. So I would like to concur that a simpler plan for a normal 4-way stop would be completely acceptable. I understand as far as traffic circles go, that in places where people are used to them, they are enormously more efficient and safe. And that the objection, which I heard again tonight, that people simply don't know how to drive in them, I find kind of lame. But 4-way stop would be fine as an alternative. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Other comments from the public?
Hi, my name is Megan Lee. I live at 184 Woodland Avenue, and I was most recently in the accident on Friday on the corner of Woodland and Canoe Brook Parkway. While I just saw the plans for the first time when I went to the neighbor's house whose yard the other car ended up on, and he shared with me that this was even kind of like a thing in the neighborhood, and I've lived on Wade and Woodland for the past 16 years, and so obviously I've made it through that stop sign multiple times. I would just encourage, kind of to Delia's point, something needs to be done, and we can't have like another 3 years go by with us not making like a decision. And while I don't think we'll probably all ever agree on like the best looking spot, I think at some point we have to trust in engineers that we've hired and paid to do the best assessment to, and if we don't like that, maybe get another one. But I think we can't let it just drop off and not do anything else with it.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Other comments?
Hi, Dory Gagnon, 27 Bedford. Well, I'm not on Canoe Brook. I am at the top of Canoe Brook. And so I have been advocating for sidewalks for 20 years. The first administration, some God knows how long ago that was, said no. While my children had to walk down Morris Avenue because I didn't want to walk down Canoe Brook. We walked down Morris, down to our school. Now the topic of sidewalks is coming up, and my children are now in college. So I do have a dog, and I walk down Canoe Brook every single day, so Mr. Schrager did not include me on these emails. But I insisted that I be a part of it because I do walk Canoe Brook, and I walk to Washington every single day now. The roundabout was an awful idea, and I am so glad that Ms. Hamlet pushed and listened to me and many of the other residents and advocated for us. And Mr. Schrager, I'm glad you listened to us, and they're going to put this 4-way stop. Now, I understand that it kind of looks like the intersection here at Springfield and City Hall. I think it would behoove the whole audience if we actually put the plans up here so people understood what we were talking about. So maybe in the future, when we have something like this, we can put them up here so people know what we are talking about. I don't think that this intersection right here is bad. You get used to making that right. You get used to stopping at the light and then stopping and making the right-hand turn. Anything is better than a roundabout, because now that we're going to make the no left on Iris, I believe, didn't we put that in? So everyone's going to be making a left onto Woodland coming off of River Road. So if we put that roundabout in, and then everybody's now figuring out how to do a U-turn because they missed the Short Hills Mall, I think that would be a big uh-oh. And then traffic would be diverted, and then everyone's trying to figure out how to get back to the Short Hills Mall. Because you know that's why everyone was doing U-turns on Iris, right? And that's why you made the no left. I know you did. So I agree, and I think are we also putting four-way stops on up further on Canoe Brook? Okay, so there's three four-way stops going to be on Canoe Brook, which is great. It's going to slow traffic down, and the sidewalks are going to be an added benefit. So again, thank you for listening to us. Thank you for listening to us finally after 20 years. I appreciate you, and thank you for taking the time.
Thank you for your comments. All right, other comments from the public? Good? Don't want anyone to miss out? All right, any comments from the council on this resolution? Councilman Smallwood.
Beat you. Thank you, Council President. Ms. Lee, I did hear about the accident, and I'm very sorry, and I'm hoping everything was okay afterwards. So it's an unfortunate incident. So I am totally in favor of a four-way stop there. With Aaron, our engineer, is very talented, and I'm sure there's a way that we can square off that intersection some way. I know that in downtown we have bump outs. There's got to be a way that we can look at this from an engineering standpoint to square the intersection off. And I know if you're going, I believe, northeast, away towards Route 24, it does kind of the property on the right-hand side of Canoe Brook, from Canoe Brook to Woodland, that area is just not really squared off. There's got to be a way that we can somehow square that off so that it can actually be just a four-way stop. Again, this intersection over here, is it fine? Yes. Does it work well? But it doesn't fit into the character. It's a downtown. Doesn't fit. A six-way stop doesn't fit into the character of Canoe Brook and Woodland, in my opinion. I'm very happy about the sidewalks because I'm very, I'll always be in favor of safety first. One of the things that I really want to stress is I believe this grant was originally to really help the stormwater management. And as we deal with the sidewalks and the four-way stops, I don't want that to be lost in this project. We already have an issue with stormwater management, so I want to make sure this doesn't get lost in that project as well. And then the number of trees that will need to be taken out, if there's any way that we can do a bump out, go around them. I would also like to limit the number of trees that are actually going to be cut. Other than that, I'm in totally favor of this.
Other comments from council? Councilman Pulowski.
Thank you. Councilman Smallwood took a couple of my points, but I've been to some of these meetings, and the familiar refrain from me has been, I just want to make sure that we're taking care of the drainage, especially in light of the trees that are going to come down, which do help with that a good bit. One question that I have is, the current plan has a six-way stop. We can't amend that after it goes out to bid?
Through you, Council President, so I think we're using, a six-way stop would imply it's like a six-point intersection. So what's being proposed is really to square up the intersection is essentially a dedicated right turn lane. So it will have a separate.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Sure. I'll just lean forward. No, so a six-way stop is really when 6 roads meet, but this is still a 4-way stop. But on the 2 legs of Canoe Brook, because of their angle of the approach, we are proposing a right turn lane. In 2-dimensional plans, yes, I think this intersection here is a good comparison, middle and broad. But what I've referred some people to, it's more like Hillcrest and Summit. It's a small little triangle made out of granite block. Some residents requested we add plants in there. We can. It can't be tall plants. It's just something that, one, we'd have to maintain, but it just has to be lower just because you'd be obstructing view. So that's something we could do to soften it. We do have blatant stop painted in the intersections. That's not required. It does help. We do it sometimes. If that's overly offensive, that's something we could tone it down with that a little bit as well. And I did promise that we would look just to see if there is some adjustments to the radii. I can share that it's probably easier coming from the service road to remove that triangle. But I will say what that does is it lengthens the crosswalks because the triangle does provide safe passage for the crosswalk. So I think it would be easier on that side. Could we change it after? Yes, as a change order, but we do have a pretty strict deadline to award this project by November 17th. So we do want to take action. So I think doing anything drastic after we go out to bid would be a little more challenging. Some minor tweaks could be investigated and looked at, and I think those should go back to caps and/or safety. And if we want to do them, we could proceed at that time. So in short, yes, there are some tweaks that could happen. So.
Great, thank you. Other comments from council? Councilwoman Hamlet?
The one thing that Director Schrager and I talked about extensively today was one of the reasons that we didn't put the trees in this bid advertisement. As Director Schrager so eloquently said today, do you really want the people who are doing sidewalks and roads to be putting in your trees? So he at least has advised that we can do that as a separate bid advertisement, or perhaps we can get the Shade Tree Committee, the Environmental Commission involved, and come up with a plan to, we want this neighborhood to look like it does now with these beautiful trees, and we're going to do everything we can to make it look like that. There's nothing more than I would rather have than just a plain old 4-way stop, but I didn't get my engineering degree, so I'm going to rely on this professional to get us to the right solution. And I know that Aaron, if he can, he will try to make some tweaks and work with the community. I've been down there the last couple of days, and I do understand your concerns with the dedicated right-hand turn, but as I said, I'm not an engineer, so I just have to trust that Director Schrager is going to do his homework, and he'll try to go back to the drawing board, but if he can't, then it's because of safety. So.
Thank you. Other comments from council? Councilman Pulaski.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing. I just wanted to thank Councilwoman Hamlet for all of her work on this. We have had meetings. We've received emails. Some people are in favor, some people are not, but she took it upon herself to go door to door and really try to hear from absolutely everybody. And after speaking with her, I do think this is the right thing to do, and I'll be voting for it.
Other comments? Councilman Boyer?
Council President, the only thing that I would add is, Mr. Peterson, you and I both actually like roundabouts. No one else does. I'm sorry to say that.
Dr. Schrager does.
I do.
That was, and Aaron, right? That was my first proposal, put a roundabout there, but it must be a Jersey thing because we have difficulty with that, we do. But I am so happy to see this project actually moving forward. It's always difficult when you have that length of road with those many homes and those many trees. As Mrs. Lee said, to get everybody on the same page, it just doesn't happen, right? But I think we got to a point where most people are on the same page, and I want to thank Councilwoman Hamlet and the mayor for actually going door to door, because that was my recommendation, but I was like, that ain't my neck of the woods. But, but thank you, though. I appreciate it. And so, Aaron, with the 6-way stop thing, it sounds confusing, but I know you'll figure it out. And maybe another conversation with the residents would be a good thing. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments from council? Director Schrager.
Yes, Council President, just a few things to share that might help with your vote, but I know I did receive an email this week that said it's a rare day to see 10 people walking on the street. We had staff out on the second day of school, which in a 40-minute period, we counted 95 at the intersection of Hartley and Canoe So that was a rare day to see 10, because likely you probably see a couple hundred in a day. Broken down, it was 36 children, 23 walkers, 24 parents, 5 bike riders, and 8 dogs, which could mean 8 additional mammals walking. We did not count them. So that was that part. Overall, for the sidewalk itself, for the documented comments we received through our meetings and emails, it was overwhelmingly, it exceeded the 66% of people in favor of sidewalks. So that's one thing to keep in mind. In regards to trees, I've been using an example of Tulip Street when we did the upper or the southern part a few years ago. The plans did call for 11 tree removals, and we removed none. So even if you see on the plans, one, it's to get it in the contract in case we do. And there might be some we just can't and we don't want to. But once we have a contractor, we go out with the forester and we do try to save each and every one we can. If it's a 6-inch, 4-foot tree, it's just not worth the effort. So, but we will have some play when we go out there. And then we will put many back, as many as willing, or as many as people are willing to accept, because we do have some funding, and we'd like to restore the canopy wherever we can. So just a couple little facts before we vote.
Great. So, thank you for those comments. Other comments from council? Just wrap it up. I'd also just like to thank Councilwoman Hamlet and Director Schrager. I know they did a lot of community outreach on this, meetings, presentations, et cetera. And this is one of those things. Not everyone's going to agree on the perfect plan, but you want to listen, and everyone has different opinions. I kind of like roundabouts too, but I lived in England for a little while, and they're everywhere, so you kind of get used to it. But I do understand that most people don't. But so I want to just congratulate the process as well as the product, and thank you, everybody. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okey-doke. That passes. All right, we're on to the first pulled finance ordinance, or finance resolution, I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is finance number 1, Councilwoman Toth.
Okay, thank you, Council President. This is Resolution 12115. And by way of background, on July 29th, Council passed a resolution agreeing to permit basically a fundraising campaign for lights at Lower Tatlock Field to be funneled through the Summit Foundation. And I do remain disturbed by the process surrounding this contribution. Contributions to city projects have historically been small and incremental. For example, 25 individuals have contributed about $13,000 to the Washington Tatlock Playground over the past several months since that campaign got going. And it took the Summit Lacrosse Club 2 years to raise the money for the lacrosse wall that's being constructed on Lower Tatlock. Here, in a matter of weeks, we have donations totaling $500,000 for lights on Lower Tatlock Field, and that suggests not so much a fundraising campaign as an orchestrated arrangement. And because the contributions are going through the Summit Foundation, the donors are not made public. We don't know who they are. Second, as former council member Pat Hurley stood and suggested a few weeks ago, the consequences of this is that an unelected, anonymous group of well-heeled individuals can determine what happens in a neighborhood. This isn't just about Tatlock lights. What happens if a group of anonymous donors decide they want to change the character of Memorial Field or the Village Green or the Arboretum? Anonymous donations lack accountability and can erode public trust in our government. And that's why state law prohibits anonymous campaign donations of $200 or more. There are no similar guardrails regarding contributions to a governmental entity. So what has happened here is absolutely lawful, at least for now. And this does leave me no choice but to vote to accept the donation. and to work to change the city's policies to require transparency for any future donations. And I guess with that, I'm moving to adopt the resolution.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, comments from the public?
Hi, Chantal Landman, Beekman Road. I am a Summit sports mom, and I support lights on Tatlock Field. I want to make sure we're doing this project in the right way to avoid unforced errors. In the past, whether it's the community center, fire station, or a number of other projects, including the city hall, almost all of the donors were named. For those projects, people donated to the city directly. In this case, the Summit Foundation is serving as a pass-through entity for donors to fund lighting on Lower Tatlock Field. Here, not a single donor's name is known to the public yet, and we are using a convoluted process of using a secondary entity for collecting and accepting funds. Why the secrecy? Why are we using this approach? Residents expect transparency in how the city does its business. If we don't know who is donating, how can we be sure those funds don't come with hidden influence? Contributions of this magnitude might empower a small number of individuals or special interests to shape city priorities without the public ever knowing who's behind them. While I understand the desire to accept these very generous donations, I believe the city has a responsibility to mitigate the risks with this approach. So, I'd respectfully ask the council to clarify. Why hasn't the list of donors and amounts been released to the public like we have in the past? What safeguards are in place to ensure these anonymous donations are ethical and legal and will not create any real or perceived conflicts of interest? How will you balance the needs of the Tatlock community with the interests of these anonymous donors? At the end of the day, Summit residents expect to see clearly how council decisions are made. I urge the council to reconsider the approach for funding lights and put strong accountability measures in place before moving forward to preserve public trust. Let's not fumble this important aspect of the project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Other comments?
PJ Englert, 16 High Street. First off, thank you to the council for continuing to move this project forward. This is clearly something the town wants and needs. Going back several months, just a reminder for everyone, I, as well as several other residents, started a petition to push this project forward. In 2 weeks, we got over 2,000 signatures, and now there's been a fundraising effort put in. We've raised $500,000. This is not nefarious. We're keeping these donors anonymous because specific people asked to be kept anonymous for very specific reasons. Some of them because they've been harassed by a couple people who are against this project. I would also share, if you're worried about it, I'll complain. I'm one of the donors. I've also helped with the fundraising. There's nothing nefarious here. There's nothing, no ties to this other than move this project forward and light these fields. The sheer fact that we got the 2,000 signatures in 2 weeks and we've raised $500,000, in short time, should tell you the town wants this and needs this. This isn't from some, random or not, nefarious group that's trying to push an agenda here. This is from the citizens of Summit. We want this. We need this. Our kids need this. So I urge you to move this forward. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Other comments?
My name is Megan Lee. I'm from 184 Woodland Avenue. I had no idea I was going to speak on this topic, but I am a staunch supporter of the lights. I love the lights. I think it is what Summit needs. We need that community. We need life. We need energy in our neighborhoods where children can enjoy, and it can be a place where families are. I do worry that the money is largely coming through this way. And while I don't think it's nefarious, I think I grew up here. I've lived in Summit my entire life. We all know that there's certain people in sports in Summit who have a greater influence what happens on our fields and who gets to practice where. So I don't think we should be blind to the fact that we know that this does come with something, and that taking Councilwoman Toss and the previous woman's suggestions on really making sure that it doesn't become any more influential in who gets priority and who's playing when and who's not allowed to play. Thank you.
Thank you. Love the enthusiasm, too. Thanks. Other comments from the public?
Hi, Dory Gagnon. I have a question. Did the Summit Foundation donate to Maybe Playground? They did,
I
correct?
believe so, yeah.
So the Summit Foundation takes donations from all of us in Summit. That's what's so wonderful. I've donated to the Summit Foundation. So what they do is people donate to the Summit Foundation and they donate your money as they see fit. So are you questioning, Ms. Tothen, what that money to Maybe Playground, was that a nefarious act on their part? Because nobody ever did then. Now, there are a lot of influential people in this town. Maybe they don't want their names associated with Tatlock. Maybe they want their kid treated just like everybody else. So maybe Summit Foundation said, you know what? I am going to collect the money and I will donate it as we see fit. So everybody is treated the same. How about that? What a brilliant idea. Stop playing politics when it comes to our kids. We need playgrounds. We need sidewalks. If the town wants lights, put in lights. Put in restrictions. Put in no parking around your house. That doesn't mean you sue the city because you don't get what you want. You want civility? Everyone says to be calm, civil. You put out press releases. You say this stuff here. Well, the Summit Foundation has done more for this town than anybody up here has done. So I will say something right now. You're not going to go after them, but I will stand up for them and say they've done a lot for this town and everyone should respect them. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your comments.
Kevin Go again, Woodland Avenue. I was not going to comment on really anything until public comment, but what Claire just said really grosses me out. There's this narrative. Originally, when this came, I actually wasn't for the lights because I thought there would be those really bright lights, and I thought it would totally change the environment, and I didn't think it was fair. And it wasn't until the technology and everything that I was like, oh, okay, well, that's mitigated it. And then I was like, what are the other concerns? The traffic? So, yeah, that happens now, and that needs to be fixed. Totally agree. But so whatever. I'm not even going to live here when they go up. But originally, there was concerns and talk about from people, this is a waste of taxpayers' money. There's better places for taxpayers' money to go, and da-da-da-da. So they found a way to do this without taxpayers' money. And then it became, then all of a sudden, now I'm hearing all this, well, it's rich people dictating onto what the city does, and like, what basis do you have that on? And it's just really ugly. It's like you said you wanted donations, people to pay for this, not taxpayers. They did that. I mean, if we're really honest about this, the group that started this was Michelle Kalmanson, her neighbor, I think Modesto, and then another one. They started this. They live in multi-million-dollar houses right across the street from the football field, right? They don't want more activity from. I get it, but it's a city asset. So what you have is some rich people, very few, who want to dictate to everybody else because they don't want it impacting them. And I understand that. I understand not wanting the lights there, but be honest about it. And then, I heard while you were running, one of the people told me, well, we're going to sue. And I'm like, sue about what? And the lights. Michelle, I have this all. You've seen it. And then it's like, what are you going to sue for? Oh, we'll find an endangered bat or something. That was before the meeting where everything was about endangered bats. I mean, it's unbelievable. So the narrative of all of this is just gross. It's like, we get it. Small group of people don't want it. Totally understand. And you have that right. But then to pull in that, like, rich people are forcing this upon, it's not. There's a small group of people that really don't want this right across the street from it. The one was telling me her realtor sold her a bill of goods, didn't tell her how active the field would be. She didn't get the proper discount on her house. I mean, it was ridiculous when you hear this stuff. It's about the honesty of it. And I think that accusing people of doing what you're saying, political influence and everything else, it's gross. It's just stop. It's Summit. People said, we don't want taxpayer money in this. Okay, we can raise the money. They raised the money. Now you're not happy with it. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, I'm Mindy McInnes. I live at 46 Glenside. Again, I didn't know I was going to speak on this topic, but I felt compelled to. I'm curious, this is more of a question than a statement. If there were to be something nefarious in there, do we not have an audit ability? You know, is it just claims? I'm just curious, like, what prevents, like, if we're talking real problems, how would you know? That is a question. Like, what are the steps? I feel like just banning it, anonymous donors, is probably not the right answer, and I don't think people should have to put their name in. I can see both sides. I'm just curious, if there was something nefarious, how would you know? Do you have any recourse? That's it.
Hi, Erwin Miller, 5 Knott Hill Drive. I'm just curious, I know that people are opposed, who live around there are opposed to the lights. I'm wondering, do those same people ever derive any benefit from living next to the Tallock field? Because I hear a lot about they're complaining about the downsides of living next to the field, but they never talk about the benefits that they get from living next to it. So I'm just curious if they ever consider both sides. Also, I know everyone's upset at Claire and maybe Chantal and everything about bringing up the payments, but they do need to find a way to differentiate themselves, because at the end of the day, they agree with the success that Together for Summit is doing for the town. So they have to find a way to differentiate themselves, and so they bring up these non-issues. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, Tom Zieber, 768 Springfield Avenue. Just a couple of short thoughts. Some of these process arguments that are being made on this situation, they feel like, and this is more an opinion, I guess, than anything else, but they feel like they're just ways to delay and obstruct this project. It feels like if it wasn't a process argument that someone was making, it would be something else. There will be endless ways to delay this by people who simply don't want the lights to happen. I don't know why, I'm not sure I agree with or understand why the anonymity of donors for something like this really matters all that much. And with due respect to Councilwoman Toth's, analogy earlier, I mean, it seems to me that to compare it to donations, like campaign-related donations, I think there's a pretty obvious difference there, because limits on anonymous campaign donations are usually in place to prevent corruption. These are donations to light a sports field. It feels like it's very obviously different. I think that's kind of a mixed bag of thoughts, but that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Other comments from the public? No, you just get once. Sorry. Thank you, though. If you want to talk to us afterwards, that's fine, okay? No? All right. Comments from council on this?
Council President.
Councilman Boyd.
Where do I start? Well, first, I could understand why people want to donate money anonymously in this town. Because in this town, people get shamed. They get picked on, right? They get ostracized. It happens. It's real. People use that list to go after people. I mean, being in this seat for the last year and a half, I've seen it happen. It's a real thing. The other thing is, to Councilwoman Toth, T-O-T-H, the easiest way to solve this, right, would be for elected officials to make decisions where people can't influence certain things, unless you're saying that the nefarious attempt is actually us taking money, which I'm actually like insulted by it, man. Like I can't believe that is even like that was even out there, you know. I mean, that is like a kind of a dangerous leap, right? To say, to me, you insinuated that somehow that money anonymously could some way trickle down to some of us as a payoff. Like, what are we? I want to thank the residents for taking the initiative to donate money. It shows that this is what you want to do, right? You know, don't get upset that, you know, $500,000 was raised in 2 weeks. It just shows that this town wanted it. I mean, you know, if it was a playground, nobody wouldn't be having this conversation. It's just that this is political, right? So that's all I got to say. But again, the insinuation about the nefarious stuff is just, I think that's just not right, you know. So I think we're all up here as volunteers deserve a little better than that. So thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from council? Councilwoman Connelson.
Thank you. I have a prepared statement, but I also take issue with people regularly defaming online, making statements that they know aren't true, that they've been told aren't true, and continue to do so. And that needs to stop. And we all need to agree that that is not appropriate and it needs to stop. As far as harassment goes, I don't know who in support of the lights has been harassed, but I know that someone who is opposed to the lights has been harassed with her daughter in the car. Both of them were very shaken after a light supporter stopped and screamed at them. Okay, I'm going to move on to my prepared statement. We should not accept these funds. First of all, we are currently in litigation and need to resolve the complaint before moving forward with accepting any funds or awarding any contracts. It is irresponsible to take money when we don't know if and when we will be able to use it. Second, neighborhood concerns have not been addressed. Residents have expressed the same concern for almost 2 years and nothing has been done. They've expressed concerns that community programs noted in meetings that lights would be on until 10 p.m. No details have been given on when the lights would be used. The neighborhood should know when the stadium lights will be on and how many evening events will take place before the city proceeds with the project. They've expressed concerns about noise pollution into late hours of the evening, light pollution, unknown cumulative effect of the lighting from the upper field, lower field, tennis courts, parking lot, and pathways combined. No details have been worked out on what it will take to hold practices after dark, aside from putting light poles in the ground. They've expressed concerns that there are serious safety issues with holding night practices and events in a quiet residential neighborhood. The lack of sidewalks on the field side of Butler Parkway, sorry, I lost my space, extending towards River Road forces spectators to walk in the middle of the street. Finally, they've expressed concerns that 80-foot stadium lights and a constant rotation of sports practices will change the character of the neighborhood. Nothing has been done to alleviate those concerns other than the platitude, "Trust us." A former council member shared his perspective, noting that accepting private anonymous funds sets a dangerous precedent, a precedent where a handful of wealthy individuals can impose their will on a neighborhood. That's what's happening here. This is not a grassroots effort. This is a small number of wealthy donors funding their pet project at the expense of residents and with the blessing of the council majority. It might not be your neighborhood today, but it might be tomorrow. The intent to move this through with the least amount of public dialogue is disappointing. The original resolution to support private funding was introduced in the middle of the summer when no one was paying attention. Now, the resolution to accept these funds was buried in the consent agenda. This is not transparency. For all of those reasons, I will be voting no on this resolution.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilwoman Hamlin.
Just a quick question. If I can ask the city clerk a question. When you're preparing the agenda, Rosie, who determines whether or not something goes in the consent agenda? How does that process work?
Well, there's normally resolutions, the type of resolution it is
Mhm.
automatically dictates where it'll go on the agenda. amending a budget usually goes under consent.
So anybody on this council, did anybody give guidance to specifically put this in the consent agenda?
No.
Okay, so Councilwoman Camilson, I guess my first question to you is, if anybody buried in the consent agenda, it was our nice and honorable city clerk, and she clearly didn't do that. So unless you don't understand how the process works, we don't just put, in fact, today I put something that was in the consent agenda, a bid advertisement, and I pulled it out specifically because no one's burying anything. You know that. You're in all these meetings. No one on council is burying anything in a consent agenda. Anybody has the ability to pull it out.
That's why we did.
It's Kalmanson.
Thank you. Other comments from council? Councilman Pulowski.
When we built the rec center, where did that money come from, Tammy?
Through you, Council President, that was just prior to my arrival, but I can see.
I can tell you, I was there.
There is a grant from Summit Foundation was one of them, and Summit and I think there were various other grants and fundraising efforts, and there was capital ordinances, so it was a combination.
That was a public-private partnership where I think the city kicked in 60 or 70%, and as a stretch to make it the amazing place it is, we asked the residents to do that because it was a big basketball crowd who wanted new courts, and we challenged them, if you want them, let's see how much do you really want them? And they went out and they raised the money. The Summit Foundation was involved in that. They did the exact same thing that they're doing here. They collected money from people who wanted to donate to that. I don't know what the percent of was anonymous, and they donated to the city. This is not new. We've done it before. The Summit Foundation has done this countless times. I would just add, words have meaning. They have power. Throwing out a term like nefarious, I hate to say it, we'll see it in Facebook chat rooms all over the place. We'll get people talking about it. It matters to choose your words wisely. The Summit Foundation is made up of some of the most respected, professional people in our community. Look at that board. They're amazing people. They know who's donating the money. If you think it's nefarious, you're accusing them of being in on it. All of them. That's incredible to actually make that kind of suggestion. They've done this constantly. They work their butts off to make our community better. I look at this, there was this thing that this is just being jammed through by a few select individuals, and the idea is that, they're controlling the money. They had a petition where 2,000 people supported this. Have we just forgotten about that? The opposition to Broad Street West, I think, got 1,200 signatures. Put that in perspective. And the fact that they were able to raise the money in such a short period of time tells me that people really want this. It's not nefarious. It's a signal that the community is very excited about making this happen and recognizes the incredible need for it. And I'm not going to discount the issues that, the neighborhood has that are being worked on. Chief just gave a comment at the beginning of the council about all the changes they made for the football field, or not the football field, the football game, the first home game the other day. People are being listened to. And you just can't ignore that and say like it hasn't happened. It has. So, look, as I said, I think we should think about choosing our words wisely because they do have meaning. And let's not disparage people. I don't even want to get to where Councilman Boyer has gotten to because that'll make steam come out of my ear. But again, this is a good thing. It's a good thing. I can't believe we're debating a $500,000 donation. we must have a lot of problems, or no other problems if this is what we're going to debate. And again, I'm not downsizing that there are neighbors who are concerned about it, but we're working to address those concerns, and they will be addressed. They will be addressed.
Is it still my turn?
Oh, sorry, I jumped in.
As for the incident that Councilwoman Talmanson mentioned, I wonder if she heard both sides of the story. There's always two sides of a story. Next, I agree, people shouldn't be making statements that they know are not true. I had quite a day on Facebook, if anybody was following. There was a lot of that going around. Also, some name calling. Someone called me Barney Rubble today. Now, I know I'm short, but I'm not that short, I don't think. I'm almost 5'6". And I thought to myself, I always kind of like Barney Rubble, so I looked him up. And the experts at FlintstonesFandom.com describe Mr. Rubble in several ways, including respectful, noble, encouraging, reasonable, responsible, understanding, big-hearted, and extroverted. So I thank that resident for the incredible compliment that she gave me today. It really made my day. I'm in favor of the lights. I think probably I'm the only one sitting up here who said it when they were campaigning. I did that in a Q&A with TAP, and I haven't wavered from that, but I've done a lot of listening on this subject. And to say that there was a lack of public dialogue, I mean, God bless Councilman Smallwood, because I didn't go to every single one of those meetings, but I went to a lot of them. And I even held a meeting myself. I spoke to the folks at David Guida and Marco Zarowski about all the other options that we looked at to fix our field space issues, and I remained convinced that lights were the way to go. I used to be a lacrosse scheduler, and it's difficult. It's difficult, and those practices and games are really packed in there. So I support this, and you know, if I won the lottery and I offered the city $1 million to do something, would that be a problem? I don't think so. I mean, people do that all the time. So I thank the folks who raised this money. Earlier this year, we did approve taxpayer dollars to put lights on Upper Tatlock Field, and that was a safety issue for our football players who probably were practicing without enough light tonight. So I'm glad this is going forward. I'm glad that residents took it upon themselves to make it happen, and I'm going to vote for this.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilwoman Commelson.
Thank you. One additional point about listening to the neighborhood. The only issues that have been addressed are traffic issues, safety issues. I mean, it would be negligent not to address those. Those have been addressed, and that's good, but beyond that, nothing has been addressed.
Councilwoman Hamlet.
Yeah, I reject that, Michelle. I absolutely reject that. Our city staff is working really hard. In fact, we have asked our parks, our recreation director, to work with Musco to look at other towns' field usage policies. That is in the works. We are doing that. We are absolutely doing that. So to say we're not looking at a field lighting usage policy, that we've only looked at safety, is absurd. We are working very, very hard. So in fact, I think I may have yelled at Councilman Smallwood today because I said, I need the field usage policy for the planning board meeting. I need it before you do because I sit on the planning board. I'm begging for it, right? So let's just get it done. We're working really hard with safety, with the residents, with the Board of Ed, right? Let's get the Board of Ed involved because that's who's sending buses down your neighborhood, not the city. It's the Board of Ed. Have you met with Scott Huff about it? Finally, I'm in full support of the lights, and I think, you know, few weeks ago, Jack Cooper, who was the president of the Summit Foundation, died. So the fact that we are accusing anyone in the Summit Foundation, some of the most well-respected leaders, of nefarious donations is unbelievable. You know, these children need to be outside. That's the bottom line.
Other comments? Councilman Smallwood.
Thank you, Council President. Well, a lot, I swear Jamel saw my notes because you said exactly what I just wrote down. But I need to echo a couple of things. But first thing I want to do is thank PJ and the group that you worked with to help raise this amount of money in such a short period of time. Now, because you're fundraised and raised a large amount of money in such a short period of time doesn't mean it wasn't a grassroots effort. In terms of those who want to remain anonymous, would we seriously be having this discussion if someone donated $1.5 million for Maybe Playground to be the first ADA fully accessible playground in Summit? No. People would not be asking, who was that donor? We would be saying, whoever that donor is, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, PJ. Thank you to your team. And thank you for all those donors who donated to make this project work. Not only did they donate their own private money to make this a private-public project, it's also got in their tax dollars. We approved a $650,000 budget line for upper lights. So $650,000, they're going to be paying taxes on, and also donated $500,000. And Councilwoman Kalmanson and Councilwoman Toth, I'm really disappointed in the fact that you're going to be voting against, one, Councilwoman Kalmanson's own amended resolution from July 29th, which she voted for. We had a resolution. She brought her own amended resolution without sharing it with anyone else prior to the meeting and voted yes for it in support of this exact donation, as well did you. In fact, I believe, I'm going to paraphrase, I would always accept money, a donation or a grant to the city. To address some of the concerns from the 5 meetings that we held with just the Tatlock neighbors, Michelle, if addressing safety and traffic and parking issues isn't the number one thing to address, I don't know what is. And that's been taken care of. We just heard from our chief of police. I took a video of Butler Parkway this on Saturday because I wanted to make sure that the implementation of no parking on one side of the street was being done. However, I did see one car on that side of the street. 3 years ago, during sporting events, there were cars parked on both sides of the street, and the buses, the traveling team buses were parked directly in front of your house. We've addressed that. If that's not the most important thing, I don't know what else is. Yes, do our DPW and the BOE, Board of Education, need to work together on picking up the trash quicker after an event? 100%. But unfortunately, safety and traffic and parking came first. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. This project has been going on since prior to 2018, which is when the actual first presentation, when Councilman McTiernan was on council. And I remember distinctly, because I went back and watched that meeting, he was sitting right over there where Bob is, and he said, "Have you met with the residents?" And they said no. I was elected in 2023, installed in January of 2024, and on February 7th, we had our first meeting with the Tatlock neighborhood regarding lights, just simply because it was on the preliminary budget. Wasn't adopted budget, but it was on the preliminary budget. And then we had four subsequent meetings after that. We have hundreds of questions, hundreds of concerns that we will be addressing. But clearly, the safety, parking needed to be addressed first. And I want to thank the chief of police for doing such a great job, as well as working with parking services on making that situation a little bit better. Unfortunately, we don't have more land to build more parking spaces, right? Maybe there's a way that we can expand the Tatlock parking lot in some way, but other than that, we've addressed the major concerns. And those concerns needed to be addressed whether lights were installed or not. Councilwoman Hamlet, to your question, and I know you might need a more in-depth answer, but the lights will be utilized at night. Sorry, I was trying to be lighthearted. There is a great initiative that was started by a group of moms from the Franklin School. It's called Wait Till 8th. And I think this is a great segue into that program, because their initiative is to get our kids off screens and stop using social media on their phones. Let's get our kids out playing. We have a lot of residents who like to walk. Wouldn't you like to have a nice space for them, a well-lit space track for them to walk on? I do. This narrative of the lights being on till 10 p.m., 365 days of the year, I'm going to tell you exactly where that happened. February 7th, in the cafeteria, myself, the mayor, Mark, and David Guida were there from the Department of Community Programs, along with Michelle and several other neighbors. The question was asked, well, could the lights be on until 10 p.m., 365 days of the year? Mark Ozorowski answered that question. And he answered it, well, yeah, I guess they could be. We don't know. We haven't got to that part yet because we haven't awarded a contract. We haven't determined that we actually have lights yet. We don't have the money until we actually accept it tonight. So, yes, we are going to put an ordinance in place that will have distinct rules around these lights and how they can be used, how long they can be used. And it certainly won't be until 10 p.m., 365 days a year. So I really wish that the United for Tatlock Facebook group would stop pushing that narrative. And I've seen some of those screenshots. By the way, I'm still waiting for my acceptance into that group. It's been over a year and a half since I requested it to create more transparency. I was very transparent in having those 5 meetings, but yet I wasn't able to join which it was your group that you started. But I've seen the screenshots. I've seen what you call, let's have more civility. I've seen my names mentioned several times. Fortunately, I'm not in there, but I do have friends that are. Sorry, I'm very passionate about this. I think that's all I had, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Pulowski.
Can we let Director Traeger go home?
No, we're still in our business agenda. Councilman Pulowski.
I just have a quick add-on to a comment that Councilman Smallwood made. Just in case anybody is worried, one of the concerns that came up were people using the field who were not our youth sports. And one of the concerns with that was if you leave the lights on for the track, people are going to come and just use the field. So Councilman Smallwood made sure that as we contemplated these plans that these towers will have separate lights that are much lower, that will not light the field, but will only light the track. So that on nights when we don't need to light the field for a practice or for a game, people will still be able to use the track, and it will be dark on the field. That's it.
Other comments? Madam Mayor?
Thank
Been
you.
quiet.
Well, not the first hour of the meeting, but I just would like to say a couple of things. One, and much of it I'm just echoing, but I still think it's important that I say it. The first thing I would say is it would be really hard for the city of Summit to say no to a generous donation from pretty much anyone. I feel as though, if a donation is offered, and particularly offered to support something that the residents are clearly motivated to support and are endeavoring to have happen, I think it would be irresponsible of elected officials to not accept a donation. And to that point about residents being motivated, it is really impressive the time frame under which these residents got together and had a petition signed and also raised this much money. Tammy and I joke all the time about the money tree, and we still haven't found it, but this is about as close as you can get to a money tree for something that really is an initiative that seemingly is supported by so many in this town, and I really do think that this is for the good of the community. It's really something that is a need, and it's been a need. It's been requested by our professionals. It's been requested by the Department of Community Programs for almost a decade. And lastly, I just want to go back to the addressing the concerns about safety and traffic. And to Kevin's point, Councilman Smallwood's point about these issues have existed for decades. This is not new to the neighborhood that there are problems with parking and traffic on days where there are events. It's not going to go away. I actually think that the conversation around lights has highlighted this and has drawn the proper attention to it. And now it's being addressed for the first time ever. And I think that should be noted. And then lastly on that, I'll just say, the safety issues have been addressed, but they're not going to stop being addressed. This isn't a final answer. Chief Peters and I talk about a lot of things all the time, over and over again, but in particular, safety and traffic flow and parking and making sure that we get it right. And I'm committed to that. So that's all I have.
Those are great comments. Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I would just echo that. I think part of this process, we created this Tatlock Neighborhood Committee to address a lot of the issues that they had there, because so much of the interaction with the neighbors, it was clear that they had concerns about lights, but all the complaints, they had complaints when there are no lights there around traffic and safety and, out of control parking and all that kind of stuff, including, other concerns specifically associated with the lights. And that committee was created to start to tackle that. And I want to thank Michelle and Bob, who worked on that committee, because they did things. They actually made stuff happen. That's awesome. Those complaints were going on for years and years and years, and nobody did a single thing about it. Nobody. And so I get it, there was concern about these lights, but this is a great ancillary benefit that happened, and we should congratulate, Michelle and Bob and the hard work of that committee for actually making stuff change. And Chief worked hard with them. The Board of Ed's gotten involved on this. Parking, that's a great accomplishment we should be proud of. Let's not sweep it under the rug and say, wow, there's other stuff. I get it. There is always other stuff. But this is the first time people have addressed that thing literally since I've been in Summit going to football games. That's a good thing. So I'm super happy that happened. And thank you for bringing that up, Madam Mayor. So good things can come out of these things. They really can. And that's what good government can be about, and working together, which is awesome. All right. Any other comments on this particular resolution? Okey doke. All in favor? Aye.
Excuse me.
Oh, wait.
Council President, I would actually like to call for a roll call vote.
Second.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Hamlet?
Aye.
Ms. Kalmanson?
Nay.
Mr. Pulaski?
Aye.
Mr. Smallwood?
Aye.
Ms. Toth?
Aye.
Council President McTiernan.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, we're on to our last one. Thank you, public, for staying. This is, for those following at home, this is consent agenda finance resolution number 11 that got
Okay.
pulled. And
Yeah.
Councilwoman Toth, would you like to
Okay.
introduce this, please?
Okay, thank you, Council President. Resolution 12140. City of Summit grants a property tax exemption to disabled veterans. And this resolution authorizes pro rata refund for property taxes paid to two of them. I move to adopt this resolution.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, comments from the public. No, we're not there yet. We got one more to go. I know. Comments? This is resolution number 11 on the consent agenda. Finance number 11. It's 12140.
Give them their money. Let's go.
All right, hearing none, do I have any comments from the council? Councilwoman Hamlet.
I'll be a minute. The reason why I brought this one up for public comment is because I drive the city tax assessor crazy when asked. I'm a veteran, and so I take this very seriously when I see a veteran, especially a disabled veteran, with property taxes. And sometimes I find some really interesting stories, and we're not here to, that's really, it's a tax assessor thing. We're not here to say whether or not they, can get their taxes. They obviously deserve to get exemptions from their taxes. What I will say is in a city like Summit, we've had a ton recently, and I think that it would be helpful to advocate to the state for some of these funds to come back to the municipality. From the state, I don't know if we'll ever get there, but I think it is important as they add up. The cost burden does go to the other taxpayers. So fully supportive of the disabled veterans' property tax exemptions, and obviously thank them for their service. But I would like to push the state to reimburse us for some of these funds, and I think there's some legislation on the table. I reached out to a senator today just to see if we could advocate for that. So that's all I wanted to mention.
Thank you. Other comments from council? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that's it for official business. I guess it's what everyone's been waiting for. We're now moving on to our public comment section of our meeting. I would just remind people of what our esteemed clerk said at the beginning. If you're going to have a comment, come up, give your name and address, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less to facilitate everyone getting a chance to speak. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mindy McInnes. I live at 46 Glenside. I really appreciate Councilmember Hamlet bringing up conversations about projects that seem to disappear. I'd like to bring up mine, which is the Glenside Avenue Drainage Project. I have a letter from a year ago. Kevin Smallwood came to my house. I really appreciate it. So did Bartan when he was on the council. Just so you know, I've spent $25,000 in water mitigation from water that comes off of the street and into my driveway and goes into my neighbors' yards. I feel like I am supplementing the cities in action. I feel like this is a special tax that only Glenside residents and also Hughes Street have to pay. People behind me have spent 4 times as much for water mitigation. This was going to be solved with the sidewalk project, also with water project in a combo. We were very excited when we received these letters a year ago. We also received a letter about Balstorall Place traffic, which was also very important to us. People have run into a house. I think they're drunk, numerous times. This is a really bad street. Recently, the gas company was working on that street. and they had some dirt on the ground, and they started to spray it off, and it started going right into my driveway. And the guy's like, wait, there's not a drainage on the street? And I said, no, it's actually down the street and to the left and over another block. He's like, how can that be? I'm like, that's a really good question. And then the water and the mud came down to my driveway, and they cleaned it up. And they were like, I'm so sorry that's happened. I said, that's more than what Summit has ever said to me. I appreciate that. So long story short, I'm curious what happened to the project. I'm tired of spending money on water mitigation that's coming off of the street. I understand it's a county road, and I understand there was a plan at one point, and I've not heard anything since. I want to thank you for your time. I thank you for coming to my house and walking that distance. Thank you to Vartan, who also did it. I encourage all of you to come. I'll give you a cup of coffee. Just want to thank you for your time. When I look at the Summit beacon ahead of me, I think, wow, that's the water coming down Glenside into my garage. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. Rosalind Kendellen, 36 Laurel Avenue. Council President McTiernan, Mayor Fagan, and Council Liaison to the Summit Housing Authority Board, Boyer. I am the Commissioner on the Summit Housing Authority Board, and I serve as the Chair of the Board this year. Summit Housing Authority provides housing for 70 families and 120 seniors. I did not attend the council meeting on September 3rd, but I did watch the video recording of the meeting. And this evening, I would like to address the main thrust of Councilman Boyer's remarks that he made at the council meeting on September 3rd concerning the Summit Housing Authority. He said that some of the tenants had complaints about the condition of Summit Housing Authority units, such as leaky faucets, and about the administrative procedures, such as rent collections or workmen arriving unannounced. In addition, Councilwoman Delia also said that she receives 3 calls a month from tenants who have complaints about the SHA. And of course, tenants have the right to speak at council meetings and to speak to council members or to any of the 7 Summit Housing Authority commissioners about their concerns. However, neither council members nor even the SHA commissioners can resolve these issues. The place for tenants' issues to be resolved is with the SHA's office staffed by the Executive Director, Jacqueline Gray, and her employees, who follow HUD regulations. Therefore, tenants who make complaints to council members or commissioners need to be directed to Ms. Gray and her staff. This is where the action can be taken. The rent calculation can be revised, arrangements can be made for that leaky faucet to be repaired, or workmen can be rescheduled. Councilman Boyer also said that tenants are intimidated and harassed by SHA staff about lease and rent issues. Each tenant signs a lease for his or her unit, which contains the rights and responsibilities of the tenant and the SHA. For example, if a tenant fails to pay rent or violates another term of the lease, he or she is held accountable and can be served a notice to cease or a complaint for non-payment of rent. And this is not staff intimidation or harassment. This is the staff requiring the tenant to comply with the lease, which is critically important for the well-being of all SHA tenants and for the protection of SHA property and for the financial soundness of SHA. I have confidence in Ms. Gray and her staff to treat the tenants respectfully and fairly in this regard. Of course, tenants who are dissatisfied have options. First, a tenant is welcome to speak at the monthly SHA board meetings during the public comment meeting, and those issues are followed up by the staff. In addition, the SHA
Ms.
has
Kendall,
monthly
could you just wrap it up, please.
Okay, I have 2 more seconds. Resident committee meetings for tenants to discuss issues, and again, these are provided to the staff. Finally, HUD regulations require leases to contain a grievance procedure, and the tenants can find a just, effective, efficient settlement for grievances against the SHA. And notwithstanding this process, I think council commissioners and myself are willing to speak to tenants, and we have done that in the past, and I do plan to do that in the future.
Okay,
and to conclude, the board is responsible for overseeing all of the operations of the SHA, and we want to know that if you have any concerns, that please talk to the commissioners. And also, it's important for us to work together, to have a cooperative relationship to better serve the SHA. Tried to wrap it up fast.
No,
know it's
and
late.
I appreciate your important message to the
Yes.
residents of the Summit
Yes.
Housing Authority.
Yes.
So thank you for your comments.
Yes, thank you.
May I
Okay.
have first-
Ms. Candela, can you just leave your statement with the
I'll
clerk?
tell you, I made so many corrections to my notes, I can
email
give
it.
it to you later when it's
Perfect.
corrected. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Adriana Alarcon, Springfield Avenue. Saltbrook, exclamation point, question mark. Broken County Pike, exclamation mark, question mark. Army Corps of Engineers, exclamation point, question mark. I passed 712 Springfield Ave contact, which seemed like a viable option to get equipment down to Saltbrook. If 710 property is the contact needed, I cannot provide any contact info since it's affordable housing units. Previously discussed, September was the planned start of the project. We can't afford another long lull in the momentum we finally gained on this issue. Thank you for your time. I'll email my statement.
Thank you for your comments.
Oh, good evening, Mayor Fagan, Council President McTiernan, members of council and staff. I'm Jim Bennett, Bennett, 38 Fairview Avenue. President McTiernan's comments about the importance of the school budget prompted some thoughts of mine about making the city and the school district work better together. And I'd like to suggest these ideas to the liaisons to the Board of Education. The first idea came to me from a member of council who believes that the city maintains too many capital assets for the school district. The leading example is the Anderson Field House. The school district uses it, but the city owns and maintains it. It would be healthier to have the school district, the entity that uses the asset, own and maintain it. The larger point is that there should be a review of all the assets that the city owns, maintains, or funds for the school district to consider transfer to the school district. Summit residents would be better served if these assets came under the school district's ownership and responsibility. But there's a condition. If the city transfers assets to the school district must have a more transparent budgeting process. There, the city's budget process can serve as a model. The city and the school district appear to have different fiscal years, but both entities finalize their budgets at about the same time. One thought would be to have a combined capital budget workshop. The city has a capital budget workshop on December of each year. Another idea would be to include the school budget snapshot with the city budget snapshot mailer that goes out each year before the city's May budget hearing. Now just imagine a school budget mailer would draw in residents who do not normally attend Board of Education meetings. Finally, I was impressed with the response that School District Business Manager Derek Jess gave me when I attended a school board meeting last Thursday regarding its management of tangible, real, and personal property, including capital assets. The school district appears to have learned the lessons since the near collapse of the Wilson Gym. I would like to commend Mr. Jess to the city as a resource. Thank you.
Thank you for your suggestions.
Jacqueline Lasaracina, Lasaracina. I'm a resident of Summit. Good evening. I would also like to talk about the school budget. Bottom line up front, I ask that we please budget better for our children and our teachers. I just came from back to school night. Well, now it's been several hours. I was at back to school night earlier. Our teachers are doing amazing things. And yet our median Summit teacher makes $10,000 less than the state median. $10,000 less. Our teachers deserve better. We have classrooms here in Summit with requests for basic classroom supplies on Donors Choose, a nonprofit website that connects charitable donors to, quote, teachers in need. Glue sticks, Play-Doh, lab equipment for the high school. Why in Summit do we have classrooms asking for donations of basic school supplies? I believe our children deserve better. Now, at the same time, I just learned this evening that every kindergartner has their own Chromebook, their own computer, rather than there being one set that could be shared across the different classes. So every kindergartner has their own Chromebook, but we're underpaying our teachers and we're not covering the cost of basic classroom supplies. I can't make this make sense. We're not funding the right things in our schools. The bottom line is not the only thing that matters in a budget. We need to fund the right things. We need priorities-based budgeting, a budget that supports the strategic priorities of our school district. Anything else is guesswork, and we're seeing the disappointing results. Last spring, we heard from the Operations Committee of the Board of Ed about using zero-based budgeting for our schools. Let's be very clear, that is an austerity measure for our Summit schools. I find that unacceptable. We need to protect our schools. We need to protect the excellence of our public education program. As a friendly reminder, the Board of Ed is appointed by the mayor. They are not directly accountable to the community. This body is directly accountable to the community, and 3 of the 5 members of the budgeting school group are here at the dais. So rather than trying to send us down the road to the Board of Ed, I respectfully ask that you please commit to doing better for our children. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Scalzo, S-C-A-L-Z-O. My contact information is at scalzophoto.com. I wasn't actually planning on speaking today, but I had a quick, strange interaction with Dan Crisofelli earlier. And the only reason I'm talking about him is because I understand he's a candidate for the council. That's the only reason I'm bringing him up. So I walk in, and I go to sit down, and the chief welcomed me in, and I sit next to him. And then Dan takes out a camera and takes a picture of me, which is fine. We're all on camera. But what he's trying to do, he's trying to set up the scenario that people are harassing him and intimidating him. And the chief saw that I literally sat down at a random chair. I was not trying to intimidate Dan Crisofelli, just for the record. I want to put that on the record. Because he's filing false police reports, allegedly, and making these accusations against the gentleman that's going to speak next. So I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I will be remaining anonymous. Council President, Mayor, City Clerk, can largely be a thankless job, and I thank you all for the jobs that you're doing. I would like to speak a little bit about the history of, my coming into Summit. I've been here for about 8 months. And when I first got here, I was challenging a lot of the Republican leadership team because you guys are the council majority. It was met with professionalism, and I called every one of you out, and particularly at one point or another, except for Councilwoman Michelle, I don't want to say your last name wrong, and also Councilwoman Toth. Never called you guys out particularly. And then I started focusing on the Democrats. I'm an advocate for government transparency and accountability. So as I started, there were some residents and they were feeding me all this information. Look at this, look at that, look at this. I can't wait to meet you. Your videos are great. I'm so glad you're in town, all this stuff. Second, I started looking at the Democrats. These same people now start, and after what happened with Mr. Crisofelli, with him saying that I threatened, harassed him, followed him out to his car. I found out about this article because he privately messaged and sent it to me with a message that said, "Hi, Mikey, let us know how we can help." And I'm reading this article and I'm just like, what the hell is this shit? Like, I didn't even mean to. Like, bizarre, So I thought that was really interesting. All I did was ask him questions. The man didn't know it was on camera. He tried to advance his own political opportunity and gain at not only my expense, but all of the residents. All of the residents' expense is what he tried to do. So I think that's shameful. That's absolutely disgusting. And he said I was a supporter or a follower of Kevin Smallwood. I had never publicly or even privately said I support Kevin Smallwood, but now I do. Now I do. Yeah, you better believe it. You know, I think that's people who are inferior cower in the shadow of real leadership. And the reason why I was challenging the leadership team is because they have leadership, you know, and I will hold anyone accountable. That's what I do. That's what keeps me well. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're a Republican. You know, it's important for me. And in the spirit of Charlie Kirk, I want to say, everybody's got to say what they're needing to say. Just as soon as they're needing to say it, the freedom to speak, to be a freak, or the freedom to say that you hate it, and have a big old conversation. I saw laughing, and I saw glee. It could have been you. It could have been me. I would like to have an opportunity, if you allow me, to, in the spirit of our American values over party politics and identity, give everybody an opportunity to accept an American flag. If I could start with Mr. Giacob, who I've had a history with, as a symbolic way to think of our values, our core values over party politics. If I could start there and then go to the left and give everybody an opportunity to take a flag.
That'd be fine, and then we'll move on, okay? Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
Mikey, I hope they don't
Thank
ban
you.
them
I'm
here.
gonna put this on my Jeep.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice surprise.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a big difference. Yes, big difference, huge. Showing some patriotism.
Please begin.
Before my time starts, can I get more time?
No, 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yep.
We've heard you guys for the past, I don't know, 4 hours.
I know, 3 minutes.
I know. So, all right. So, good evening. I'm Garden State Accountability. You can find me on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. I'm here tonight to support Bongholio and ask for a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk, who was tragically murdered. Whatever your view of him may be, Charlie stood for free speech, and it's something that we should all value. So, I'm going to give 30 seconds. Charlie Kirk once said, "Freedom of speech is not about protecting the speech you agree with. It's about protecting the speech you disagree with." So we come to these meetings to be heard. You may not like what we have to say, but every voice deserves respect. Retaliation against people for their speech is wrong. And yet Chris Affelli filed a false police report against Bongholio. The allegations were not true, and it was on video. Now ask yourselves, is he really scared of a man with a camera? And the fact that he's so childish to whip out a phone and record us. That's not leadership, it's weakness. You cannot vote for this man for council in November. He lied on a police report, he doesn't answer questions, and he has no credibility. I ask this council and the people of Summit to stand up for free speech, honesty, and stand up for accountability. And if you guys have a tip about corruption in your community, you can email me at alertgsanow@gmail.com. Yeah, so let's get the speaking time up. I mean, this is crazy. We definitely heard you guys for, I don't know, 4 hours. I've been here since 6 o'clock. The meeting was supposed to start at 7:20. It started at 8. There's 40 minutes right there. I mean, the least you guys can do is give the people a little bit more time, because we hear a lot from you. And I've been watching these meetings for the past, I don't know, what is it, 8 months you've been coming here? You know, and some people get cut off. People have speeches. She even read something for some woman on a laptop. That's extra time. That's something, you know, we should give that courtesy to other people, not just some. You know what I mean? So let's get that speaking time to at least 5 minutes. And you guys can vote on that tonight, or put forth an ordinance to make the speaking time 5 minutes, at least, for the courtesy of the people here in Summit that don't want to be cut off. That's all I got.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Dave Hoffman. I live at 1 New England Avenue. I wanted to be delivering a very non-political message, but unfortunately, I have to respond to what I've heard. My mom was a Holocaust survivor, and she said before she died, "Never think it couldn't happen here." And I'm afraid I'm beginning to see it is happening here, where my patriotism is being questioned. I resent that. Anyway, now for my non-political message. The other weekend, I was walking around saying, what is there to do in Summit? Something fun, something different, something artistic, something cultural. And once again, I'm going to raise the idea of using the firehouse, the old firehouse, for a place that could be enjoyed by the community for cultural events. I would love to see a Summit Performing Arts Center in some form on that location. I know that you're thinking about housing, but as part of that housing, there could be a cultural arts center. Madison has it as part of their housing, and it's used 365 days. It's amazing for recitals, dance. The Summit Film Society shows her films in Madison because there's no place in Summit. Isn't that a shame? Anyway, I'm going to be working on this idea and hopefully speaking with you about creating a Summit Performance Arts Center. You know, I'm a school teacher and I'm not nervous in front of classes, but boy, am I nervous in front of you people. Wow. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name is David Snow with the Exposure Report, and I'm here in solidarity with my fellow Freedom Enforcer and Tyranny Response Team member. I want to thank the chief for, you have people coming up to him trying to, upset about us exercising our First Amendment rights, and I seen him telling them they have the right to speak and say what they want to say, especially during Constitution Week. I think it's very important. So thank you to the chief. Recently, as an independent journalist, Bongholio here asked questions in this here very public building. That's not harassment. That's democracy. That's the job of a free press. However, Dan Crucifeli couldn't handle it. He didn't just leave the room, he left reality. He went to the police and filed a false police report. He claimed the journalist harassed him and followed him to his car, except the facts don't match his fantasy. The journalist never left the building after him. This wasn't a misunderstanding, this was a fabrication. And a fabrication tells us more about Dan than the truth ever could. Because here's the psychology. When he feels pressure, he doesn't stand up to it, he rewrites it. When he feels cornered, he doesn't answer, he invents. When accountability knocks, he doesn't open the door, he calls the cops and plays the victim. That's not leadership, that's pathology. And when that lie started to look too thin to stand on, he added another. He branded the journalist as political, trying to tie him to his opponent's party. That's projection. That's paranoia. That's the authoritarian instinct to turn every critic into an enemy of the state. Let's psychoanalyze this for what it is. We're not just looking at one false report. We're looking at fragility, a man who collapses under scrutiny. We're looking at manipulation, a man who weaponizes the police to cover his fear. We're looking at narcissism, a man who must always be the victim. And we're looking at dishonesty, a man who rewrites reality anytime the truth doesn't fit his ego. Now ask yourself, if he'll lie about being followed to his car, what else will he lie about? If he'll weaponize law enforcement to silence a journalist, will he weaponize the city hall to silence residents? If he sees accountability as harassment, how will he treat democracy when it demands transparency? Summit doesn't need actors playing the part of public servant. You don't need fabricators. You don't need men so fragile that a question feels like an attack. We need leaders who can stand in the light, let there be light, without flinching. Leaders who could take questions without calling them crimes. Leaders who could answer the people without rewriting the script. Dan Crucifelli has shown us who he is. And when someone shows you who they are, believe him the first time. He's not strong, he's not honest, he's not fit for office. So let me close with this. A man who can't handle questions has no business handling power. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Leroy Truth of Leroy Truth Investigations. Please subscribe to me on YouTube and Facebook. You can investigate me now too. I'm laughing because as this gentleman was speaking, the coward of Summit, Dan
Please address the council.
I'm going to address anything I want. This is First Amendment, remember? You had a beautiful speech about it. I'm going to look here, I'm going to look here. You did a great job. You got some really wonderful, powerful speakers in Summit. I'm really loving this place. Now, one thing that really concerns me, though, is the 3 minutes. And that is not enough time. And I know you gave this very nice woman, is she still here? I don't see her. You gave her over 4 minutes. Now, that would not be content neutral if you stopped me at 3. And so I hope you will honor that. Now, as far as the 3 minutes, I've heard some people say, well, it's a process to change that, which it should be 6 minutes. That's reasonable. So with a show of hands, how many of you right now would be willing to change from 3 minutes to 6 minutes? Show of hands. So that people can speak freely.
Nobody.
Not a single Republican or Democrat. You have all gone on and on and on all evening. You love to hear yourself speak, but I came from New England to be here, to support this gentleman here who, that Dan Fauci, I just can't get his name right, I don't know. But he lied about this man here, and you had something you said which was disappointing as well, and that is Mike McTiernan. And it was Council President Mike McTiernan, this is in the tapinto.net, terrible, terrible newspaper here. While I cannot comment on an ongoing police investigation, I have full confidence that the Summit Police Department, I love the chief too, by the way, he's awesome, will conduct a thorough and professional follow-up, i.e. investigation, he said, emphasizing that all residents deserve to feel safe in their community. Well, a man who asks questions should never be investigated criminally. That's a problem. You should not support that. He's got to do what he's told to do in regards to that. And of course, he will find nothing. But I support this man here. You should all support it because, especially you, blathered on about the First Amendment. But when a journalist is asking questions, relevant questions, to a candidate running who has a lot of responsibility up here, then I get vibes of a lot of professionalism, vibes of some infighting, vibes of caring for the residents from different ones, and vibes of not caring for them. And I'm hoping that you support free journalism, and you will condemn Dan Zuckerberg. If I come again, I promise to practice the name, I promise. But the First Amendment is sacred, and it only kicks in if my speech offends you, or his speech offends you. Otherwise, the First Amendment is completely unnecessary. And lastly, Dan, whatever his last name is, he ran out like a coward.
Mr.
So
Truth, I'm going to give you the same courtesy I gave that one. Just wrap it up, please.
I
Okay?
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that this gentleman, as he was speaking, Dan, the guy running for council here, he ran away. And each of you seem to have pretty thick skins, and I appreciate that. I think everyone else does as well. And you do listen to us when we speak. Whether you act upon it or not, that's a different story. So I appreciate spending some time here today, and God bless you all. We come here peacefully. And God bless the chief. I really like him a lot. You have a major fight with him. So thank you.
Thank you. Other public comments?
Good evening. I'm Diego Hoyk, Argyle Court.
First of all, one of the things that Jim Bennett just mentioned about scheduling things together, using assets together, perhaps that could be applied to field usage as well. But that's not what I came to talk about. I am a taxpayer. I'm the father to 3 Summit Public School students. I'm concerned about the impact of the school budget cuts on the education of my children. We came to Summit from an expat assignment overseas. My oldest child spoke Spanish better than English. Excuse me, I'm speaking. His English as a second language teachers helped him advance from an A reading level to an L level in mere months. This council voted not to hire an ESL teacher. Another one of my kids emerged from the COVID lockdowns with difficulty processing his emotions. Thanks to his outstanding counselor and teachers, he now thrives. What a paradox. As everyone running for office parrots concerns about the mental health of our children, you cut a counseling position and the district's mental health clinician. Our middle school students now have to waste time standing in line for Chromebook support because 4 technology coach positions were eliminated. Finally, how can our school fulfill our mission to, quote, prepare all students to thrive in an evolving world, end quote, when you chose not to hire a new computer science teacher and cut teacher training and access to information like textbooks and subscriptions? Penny wise, but pound foolish. My biggest concern is that these cuts may be merely the tip of an iceberg. None of Mayor Fagan's 3 BOE appointments will have kids in our public schools next year. They can cut next year's budget without affecting their loved ones. Who will speak for our students? I also wonder about the push to gain total oversight over what grants are funded by the SEF, a beloved institution that has contributed over $12 million to our schools. I worry about a possible hidden agenda. In this sense, it's noteworthy that this weekend Councilman Pawlowski wrote how he truly feels about our schools, and I quote, "For far too long, our teachers have indoctrinated our students with their own ideas and agendas," end quote. I could not disagree with you more on this, Bob. Our teachers are tops. In contrast to this, prior administrations made strategic investments. In the last few years, AC was finally installed in our middle school, while the athletic field, drama spaces, and science labs were upgraded. The Together for Summit team was voted into office to solve our affordable housing obligation without overdevelopment. Summit residents did not give you a mandate to radically reform our schools. Our public schools are the crown jewel of Summit. They're the key driver of our property values and, more importantly, the future of our children. So, thank you. And Kevin, I also was not allowed to join a private Facebook group when I was running.
Thank you for your comments. Other public comments?
Hi, Dory Gagnon. I am making my own motion to have Ms. Kalmanson recuse herself from anything further for Tatlock. I find it appalling that she's actually able to vote on the lights or having discussion about the lights when I believe Mr. Pawlowski has to recuse himself when anything comes to Broad Street West. So I look to you, Mr. Giacobbe, as she lives directly across the street, and I believe her husband is probably involved in this lawsuit. I'm not saying he is, but I believe he is because he is the face of the United for Tatlock group, making comments like, "Hey everyone, I'd like you to encourage all of you to put out lawn signs for Dan Crisafulli and Jackie LaSaracina, who are running against Kevin and Delia. The current council is intent on forcing these lights on us without addressing any of our concerns. Kevin has proven time again that he doesn't care about our neighborhood and sees us as an obstacle. And Delia has held meetings with a few of us, but done nothing to go along with whatever her party wants. Electing Dan and Jackie is the best chance we have at having a council majority. Council majority, because that's a great idea. That cares all about Summit. Those are in bold letters. DM me your address if you're interested in lawn signs, and they'll be delivered to you. Miles. P.S. Dan and Jackie have expressed interest in meeting with our neighborhood to discuss the lights, playgrounds, and overdevelopment, or anything else to your mind. Stay tuned for details. Hashtag Kevin doesn't care. Hashtag where's Delia? Hashtag she needs to recuse herself. Just like the fact that David Nadeau didn't recuse himself when it came to Broad Street West. I find it fitting that she's sitting over here making decisions when there's a lawsuit out, and she was the one that started this group, and she's on council now. Why does she have any say as to what's going on with the lights? And this whole group, maybe she's not involved. But her husband's really active, and her neighbors are. So I make a motion, I move the motion, I want her removed from it. Thank you.
Thank you.
El Rampador, Hudson County. I'm here to talk about the ableism here in Summit. I'm in a lot of pain right now. I shouldn't be here. I should be home on a Zoom meeting. And for 19 months, you gave us Zoom access. You gave disabled people all the things they were asking for years, like online church, online school, online everything, online work. I mean, and for 19 months, disabled people were along for the ride. My friend Jeff took part from his deathbed in meetings. Stage 4 cancer. People in wheelchairs all over the state were taking part in these meetings. And then all of a sudden, you took it away. And why'd you take it away? Why'd you take away Zoom access for the disabled? For sick and dying people? You have schools in Summit without proper wheelchair access where children are fire hazards because the access is bad and you got a kid on the other side of the building where there's no ramp. They're a fire hazard. Children. The children. We forget about the children. We forget about the vets. We take photo ops with vets, but we forget about the vets. You have all over New Jersey, you have urban enterprise zones where you get tax breaks, but if you're in a wheelchair, you can't access the same tax breaks as able-bodied people. And you see that all over. We have police stations around New Jersey without wheelchair access. Post offices around New Jersey with no wheelchair access. And it's bipartisan. It's a bipartisan issue. I saw Jack Chidarelli a couple of weeks ago in Dover, and I tried to talk to him about wheelchair access to police stations and post offices, and he refused to even engage with it. And it's bipartisan because you talk about the Cannabis Regulatory Commission here in New Jersey, where cannabis patients, this cannabis industry was built on sick, dying, and disabled patients. You would think the CRC would have a resolution or an ordinance to have wheelchair access to dispensaries. But there are dispensaries all over New Jersey without wheelchair access. South Orange, Jersey City, Maplewood, Camden. They take the photo ops with disabled vets, but they don't care. And I've seen it all over, and it's bipartisan. It's not just Republicans, it's not just Democrats. It's our government. And you have failed the disabled again. We're asking for Zoom access. Can we have Zoom access back? It wouldn't take too much, but I hear the excuses now. Oh, we don't have the technology. You had the technology for 19 months to have Zoom access. Oh, we don't have the people to do it. You had the people to do it for 19 months. All the excuses I've heard. We recently got Dover to go back to in-person, Zoom meetings. Except that they banned the in-person meetings. You can't have meetings in person, but it's crazy what's going on in Dover. So I would ask that you put the last first. You think about disabled vets, because you wouldn't even have this council if it wasn't for disabled vets fighting for your right to be ignorant and ableist. And if you're ignorant and ableist, that's on you. I'm not saying you are, but maybe you need to look at yourselves and find out why your schools don't have proper access. It's a lot of issues.
Mr. Rampador, could you wrap it up, please?
Thank you. And that's all I have. They shall grow not old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Kevin McGoey, Woodland Avenue again. All right, so the one thing that bothered me throughout Broad Street West when I first got involved and tried to help those people was they tended to misrepresent the truth, give information that was half-truths, and it really was the purpose of dividing people so that, you know, you couldn't really see what they were doing or whatever. And Broad Street West, I realized it was a product of this problem of people acting in very dishonest ways. And then, you know, in doing so, they would get everybody pitted against each other. So that hasn't stopped at all. That continues. The three candidates for Democratic council put out a statement titled, "Council Incompetence Puts Summit at Risk of Overdevelopment." There's a lot of stuff about affordable housing that you addressed that refutes it. But then they had this one section at the bottom. Day one, we will protect Summit from overdevelopment and commit the following changes in the way council serves the public. 1, share the information as soon as we are able. That's why we're alerting the community to these lawsuits now. No hiding the truth or backroom deals. 2, engage with residents throughout the process to gather feedback, understand the sentiment, and make the decision that best represents all of Summit residents. It was signed by Dan Crispoli, Jacqueline Lacercina, and Chantel Lamman, and liked by Claire Toth. Claire, you liked this post, so you're aware of it. And then this kind of dovetails into questions that I had asked you, Michelle, via email, because you don't want to discuss anything on social media, and that's fine, but you've never answered. And they were, was the council legally able to publicly discuss the developer proposals with the public before they did, with respect to the affordable housing plan that was done? Because you have given this impression on Facebook, and now they're doing it as well, saying that like the council hid something in backdoor deals. I was under the impression that council, and this is what I've asked you, could you have discussed it with the public beforehand? Claire, could you have discussed anything about that beforehand? And I said, what did you as a council member assume you knew about the project before it went public to make the process better, and why didn't you tell the residents about it as soon as you knew, if you were allowed? Have you explained the process and constraints put on council and the planning board to the residents in the area? Did you explain the critical nature of council approving the plan and the ramifications if they had not? Are you telling us that you would have, you have had the plan rejected by council and the city, and having the city lose its immunity from builders remedy lawsuits? Can I get 4 minutes?
Just start wrapping
yeah.
it up, please.
All right, can you please explain to all of this, whatever? Claire, you've talked about fiscal responsibility, prudent, the city's responsibility. Everybody's worried about the schools and everything else. And you and Jacqueline Lacercina have publicly voiced your support for the At Home and Summit proposal. Again, I've asked you all these questions. I've asked all of you, or I asked people who supported, I asked you if you could answer these, and you have not responded. When council at the time that they moved the firehouse, when they approved that budget of, I think it was $15.8 million at the time, I think it grew a little bit since then, David Nadeau and Greg Vartan stated that the only reason why they felt comfortable with such a large number was because the sale proceeds and tax revenues or payments in lieu of taxes
Mr. McGoey, you
would
gotta
help
wrap
pay
it up,
for
okay?
pay for that. Okay, so I've asked you, have you done a cost analysis of what the At Home and Summit project was? What's the value difference of what they would pay versus what we get property that a developer would pay? Could you please break down the costs associated with the services to the residents? Most significantly would be the cost of education. I know I asked Dennis White this, and Dennis White told me it wasn't his problem.
Mr. McGoey,
right.
giving you
Okay.
tons of time. Go on.
So I'm just wondering, have you looked at the costs associated with that? And could you explain them? And I guess Jackie could do the same since she also supports it.
Thank you. All right, other public comments? Okay. All right, I'm going to close the public comment section of the meeting, and we're now on to council member comments and new business. Anyone on council like to speak? Councilman Smallwood.
Oh, what a shock.
You already lose the over bet.
I lost it like about an hour ago.
I know this is extremely late, and I I'm not going to apologize for this because this is extremely important and kind of goes off of your comments. Mr. Rampador? Rapidor. Sorry. So I have to share some unfortunate news. There was a tragic event that affected one of the biggest stars of our Summit volleyball community. A few weeks ago, Jonathan Liang was in California enjoying his summer break before going to study engineering at Lehigh University as a freshman. He decided to take a surf lesson at Laguna Beach. He had a great time in being the athlete that he is, got up on the board, surfed the beach. After his lesson, he felt tired and had some lower back pain that progressed into severe pain and spasms. Jonathan has been diagnosed with surfer's myelopathy, thank you, doctor, which is an extremely rare condition that affects first-time and novice surfers. There are less than 80 documented cases worldwide, and I am sad to report that Jonathan cannot walk at this point. Has no feeling below his waist and is bound to a wheelchair as a result of it. Jonathan was flown back to New Jersey last week and is currently undergoing some occupational therapy at Kessler Rehabilitation in West Orange. I received news today that fortunately he will, assuming everything goes well, will be returning home tomorrow here in Summit. This is extremely heartbreaking, and his family is in dire straits of help. And there is a webpage called Help, and I will put this on my council page as well, and as anywhere else I can on the social media. It is helphopelive.org/campaign/26256 if you'd like to donate. But not only are they in need of some funds, because not all of their medical expenses are covered by insurance, but also looking for possible some pro bono or discounted rates on home construction to help outfit their home so that it makes it a lot more convenient for Jonathan, as well as legal services and also medical accounting. So if there's anything that you can do, it would be greatly appreciated. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Good message. Other comments from council? Councilman Pulowski.
So I have a bunch.
Bob.
Go back to Italy.
Yeah.
First, the at-home 100% affordable project was discussed at the debate, and there were some omissions that I wanted to point out. So there's three important aspects of the at-home 100% affordable project at the old firehouse site that people should be aware of, and why I think the majority of this council would not support it. The first is it would deplete our affordable housing trust. We have about $2 million in that trust. And as a part of that project, to make it work, we would have to donate every penny. Now, that money is used to help facilitate affordable housing in Summit. There's never been a requirement that a municipality pay for affordable housing or donate land or anything like that. We have to facilitate it by relaxing zoning. So a builder picks out a piece of property where they would like to make a building, but it's not zoned for what they want to do. So they come to the city and they say, hey, we'd like to be a part of your affordable housing plan. Please, please help us with some zoning, and in exchange, we'll give you X number of units, whatever that may be. And so the at-home project would not only require us to deplete our affordable housing trust, which we use for things like helping our house create special needs affordable housing, which I understand is one of the most lacking affordable housing that we have in New Jersey. We use it for things like assisting the United Methodist Church in creating 15 affordable units for our seniors, and we wouldn't be able to do any of that when those opportunities come about. The second is that it would require the city to donate the firehouse property. Now, I don't know what it's going to sell for. I've seen estimates, it's millions of dollars. And that's essentially Summit taxpayers donating millions of dollars, which of course we're not required to do under the affordable housing laws, and which, you know, based on the whole reason that we moved the firehouse, we need that money to replenish money that we have, money that we have spent on that, which are taxpayer dollars. So we should be trying to get as much as we can for that. The third prong that people should be aware of is that the city would be on the hook for any overages. And the plan that I saw was not fully baked. And we would, the city would likely have to pay more taxpayer dollars in order to make that project come to fruition. And as Councilwoman Hamlet just reminded me, it would generate little or no tax revenue for the city, unlike what a builder might put there. So that's at home. Second, my friend Diego mentioned that the Together for Summit team was elected to help solve the affordable housing problems without overdevelopment. Now, if anybody remembers, when we were going through the whole Broad Street West saga, we were told repeatedly by the folks on council, I remember Marjorie Fox saying that we can't satisfy our round 3 obligations unless we do this Broad Street West project, which would have had unprecedented density. I think it was 50 units per acre. 88 units per acre? Okay, 88 units per acre. Yeah, that's at home is 50. Broad Street West was 88 units per acre. And, you know, we got elected and we rolled up our sleeves, and not only did we successfully get out of round 3 without having to build Broad Street West, we actually had a surplus of units. And it just took a little hard work, but it obviously could be done, and I'm really proud of what we did to accomplish that. Next, public comment time. I'd be willing to up it to 4.5 minutes, with a warning at 4 and a hard stop.
It's just 30 seconds more, please.
Please. with a hard stop at the end of that 30 seconds. And I also spoke to the city solicitor earlier about, you know, depending on how packed the house is, if we can extend that time on certain nights. Here we are, it's after midnight, it's already tomorrow. But, you know, on a lighter night, if we want to give somebody a little more time, as long as we give everybody that additional time, we could do that within our discretion. So I would support that. Mike, I'm hoping that you'll explain how the school budget works and that this council didn't cut anything when it gets to you. My friend Diego also mentioned that I accused our Summit teachers of indoctrinating our students. Now, I know he read every one of the 70-something comments on the Summit Democrat, the SMDC page today, and every one of the, 60-something comments on my Charlie Kirk post. And former Councilman Miniger asked me to clarify whether I was talking about Summit's teachers in my post, and I said no, I wasn't, and perhaps a better word that I could have used instead of teacher was professors. But if you read my post within its scope, I thought it was pretty clear what I was talking about. So, the dog park, overwhelming success. People love the dog park. But I was also troubled by something I heard at the debate. One of the candidates said that a dog park would be frivolous. And I couldn't disagree more. I've been trying to go to the dog park as much as possible. I get there maybe 3 times a week, and I go up to everybody, I introduce myself, I ask them what they think of the dog park. They all love it, and one of the things that they keep telling me is, I'm meeting all kinds of new friends. Could the city set up an app so that I know when my dog's favorite dogs are going to be there? So we are going to try to make the dog park permanent. As for whether it's frivolous to spend taxpayer dollars on it, we didn't spend any money on the temporary dog park, but if we wanted to make it permanent, that would cost money. The dog park down at the dump, which I always question the wisdom of, because the dump's not open on Sunday. Every other Saturday, you can't use the dog park there because the free market is there, and when the free market's open, the dog park's closed, and it closes at 3:45 every day. So when do most people want to go to the dog park? After work, on Sunday, on Saturday. It just didn't make a lot of sense, but that dog park costs $50,000. So with government-approved contractors and government-approved vendors, it can add up. But the good news is that a bunch of residents have told me that they want to start a GoFundMe page so that they can help defray the costs, if not pay for the whole thing. I do believe GoFundMe allows you to donate anonymously, so hopefully that won't be a problem. And then finally, on the First Amendment, I just want to remind everybody the First Amendment comes first because it's the most important one. Open debate is the foundation of our free society, and we should not chill speech. We should silence no one. And to do so, and I know some people in town who are really working really hard to influence the electorate block people. The SMDC blocks people. And if you don't believe me, go on their page, and there's a letter from them explaining that they block people. So, and look, to me, blocking anybody on social media, especially when you're trying to influence the opinions of other people, it does a profound disservice to all of us. So I would ask that if you're going to participate, if you're going to come to the playground, don't block anybody. Let everybody see what you have to say and let them respond. That's it.
Thank you. Other comments from council?
Council President.
Councilman Boyer.
Well, first, I want to apologize to all the residents and the council because now I know how it feels with me taking so long to speak. Councilman Pulaski just killed me. First, I speak my mind, and I couldn't help but see Dan back there and very uncomfortable. And I think I can say this out of everybody up here. I've been called incompetent, a clown, the devil. You should have seen what the LA Times wrote about me. It was terrible. I've had a whole entire church show up here. The camping ban ordinance, that's where I met a couple of these guys. There was about 100 people here. The resident protection ordinance, there was, 50, 60 people here. I mean, all to yell at me. I feel bad for Dan because, I get it. It's tough. It sucks, right? But it comes with the job. I'm like almost feeling emotional here, right? Because, I went through it. It is tough walking in here with 100 people ready to rip your head off verbally, maybe, I don't know, but it's a tough thing, it's tough sitting up here. But you didn't run. Of course not. I'm built differently. But and the reason why though, it's not normal. I can look at the police chief over there. It's like, hey man, I was a detective, right? I'm used to those environments. Not everybody's used to that, so I feel bad for him, man. So I'll say that. So the next thing is I saw on Facebook someone said, this current Republican majority hasn't handled affordable housing as well as 10 years ago with the majority Republican council. But they left out 8 years of Murphy as a governor and all the policies that they passed. From 2018 up into 2025, there was about 13 different executive orders and policies passed. These policies enacted under that Democratic control have collectively mandated 300,000 affordable units statewide. And the only reason why I'm bringing this up is because during this campaign, all I hear is that, the Democrats say, the Republicans are for overdevelopment, we're for underdevelopment. I'm like, man, that is so hypocritical, man. You guys passed all these laws, and that's why we're here. So, I just hope people see the hypocrisy in that. The last thing that I will say is Charlie Kirk's death was absolutely, horrible. As a father and as a husband, and my heart went out for that man's wife and children. Those kids will never be able to talk to their father, and she will never be able to spend the rest of her life with a man that she was devoted to raising children with and growing old with. So all for what? For words. I read this John Stuart Mill, 1859. I thought this was perfect. So I'm going to read this and I'll be quiet. The particular evil of silencing the expression of an opinion is that it is robbing the human race. Those who dissent from the opinion, still more than those who hold it. If the opinion is right, they are deprived of the opportunity of exchanging error for truth. If wrong, they lose. What is almost as great a benefit, the clearer perception and livelier impression of truth produced by its collision with error. Thank you, Council President.
Can I ask you a question?
Thank you. No,
There are no comments allowed on YouTube. When
No.
people are on there.
Councilwoman Hamlet.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you for everybody who stayed. I haven't seen this many residents the next day of a meeting in a long time. A couple of things I wanted to clear up from some of the comments tonight. Glenside is certainly still a priority. I know we're continuing to seek more grant funding. I have to get an update from Congressman Kane's office as far as the grant that we originally went for. I think all of us would be supportive of that project continuing. It's certainly, nobody took that off the table. The second one that the woman mentioned was it Baltusrol? Sorry. Yes, Baltusrol, that's on the list, that's on our priority, but I'll certainly huddle up with the city administrator and the director to get a couple of those comments answered. In addition, Saltbrook, I know we can get the information regarding who owns 10 because it's in our affordable housing plan, so that shouldn't be too hard. I wanted to clear up, there was some things that I've seen recently online, and it didn't hit me until I asked Rosie for our committee minutes for our council. And there were some rumblings that the Republican council, we took off, or we ended this organization or this committee called Silver Summit. The Republicans don't like seniors, and they stopped the Silver Summit committee, helping seniors. We don't help seniors. And I thought to myself, I got to go back to the minutes because I am pretty sure that I did some research on this, and I think it was Michelle's idea in the committee to remove the committee. And so I did a little bit of research. I read our committee minutes. And so, Michelle, I would ask that we take a look at this in admin. So I sent a note to you, Council President, and Rosie, and I said, the Silver Summit Senior Citizens Advisory Board on 3/10, Councilwoman Michelle Camelson and Mayor Fagan met with SAGE and the previous director. They were advised that SAGE was looking to increase its outreach and interact with more seniors. SAGE is a nonprofit group in our town. They do amazing things. Discussion regarding whether to consider dissolving the Silver Summit Senior Board or find someone to drive it. Consensus of administrative policies to have Camelson solicit feedback from members of the committee to determine whether or not this board should be disbanded. While the board had great intentions, it was never able to execute more recently. After meeting with SAGE, consensus was that they can better serve our seniors by connecting the Department of Community Programs with SAGE. Administrative policies felt the city should have a council liaison assigned to SAGE to maintain collaboration between SAGE and other senior citizen-geared organizations. So I would ask that our next council meeting, we put that liaison to SAGE as originally intended from those meetings. So I just wanted to dispel the rumors that the Republicans don't want to help the seniors. And when I went back into my notes, I remembered that we had all of those conversations, and we just have to arrange for a council liaison to SAGE, which I don't think we ever did. That was that.
Other
And
comments? Oh,
I have
sorry,
just a couple more.
Councilwoman.
I'll be quick. I know it's late. I just had 2 more things. I have asked New Jersey Transit to power wash the front of the train station. It looked horrendous, and I wanted to thank New Jersey Transit for getting that accomplished. I took some before and afters, but I think it's something that we can, meet with them and on a regular basis get that power washed. And the dog park is great. Just clean up after your dogs. We have bags there. Just try to be diligent around picking up after your dogs. And thank you, everybody, for coming tonight and for the city staff for working so hard.
Thank you. Other comments from council? Councilwoman Toth.
Oh, yeah, I'll try to be brief, and I may have to repeat it in a few weeks. But first, I want to thank you, Councilmember Smallwood, for telling Jonathan Liang's story. They're my neighbors. They're trying to raise $250,000, and they're a bit under $70,000. So anyone who is feeling particularly generous, that's a really good thing. But I'm really here with my finance hat back on. And as it's been mentioned, although we've just taken steps to fund this year's capital budget, we're already working on next year's. So mark your calendars for the capital budget workshop, which will be here in council chambers on December 10th. And turning to next year's operating budget, the city is going to face significant challenges with health insurance premiums. Residents may be aware that the state health benefits plan, to which Summit has belonged, is in a death spiral. Our premiums have increased more than 51% in the past 3 years, and we're looking at a 37% increase next year. That translates to almost an additional $1.9 million in insurance premiums. So Megan Champney-Queselate, our human resources manager, has been working diligently to source alternatives, and we don't have great ones. This isn't an action item for us on council quite yet, but it does mean that next year's budget season is going to be rough, and I don't want anyone to be surprised about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Toth. Councilwoman Camelson.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, about Silver Summit, I don't know about any rumblings that were online, if there were any, and I didn't see them. But I do know that it came up at the forum, and what I heard Jacqueline Lacercina say was that this council disbanded it, and that's true. I talked about it with the mayor, talked about it with council president. You were on the admin committee with me. It came up that we had lost a lot of people on that committee, that they just weren't able to do it anymore. They weren't interested. So we were looking at, different outreach. I've been reached out to SAGE a few times since then, and I've been having a problem connecting with her. But what I love about the statement about Silver Summit is Jackie didn't bother to see who was on the committee who disbanded it. She disagreed with it. She says, I have a better plan. I haven't heard her plan. I would love to hear her plan, and I really like her independence that she doesn't care if we're from the same party or not. She has disagreed with me, and she's disagreed with Claire. And I do have an announcement to make on an upcoming event. On Friday, September 26th, Summit Public Art will host its 23rd annual fundraiser, an evening of anonymous art at Twin Maples on Springfield Avenue from 7 to 10 p.m. To purchase tickets and get information, go to summitpublicart.com. This will be a unique event featuring 100 artworks donated by artists at all levels of their careers, from the famous to the newcomers. Artist names will be revealed after purchases are made. Each piece is $100. For those who are unaware, Summit Public Art is a 501c3 that operates fully on private donations and grants with the mission to bring public art to Summit, enriching both our downtown and our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments from
Council President?
Yeah,
real
Councilman
quick,
Boyer.
Because I have to address the chair of the Summit Housing Authority. I almost forgot about this. So have you ever been in a situation where you're not being heard? Like where you're just not heard? Like where you talk and talk and talk, you complain, you do whatever, but you're like invisible. What the chairman just came up and did was disappointing. Like, you're not listening to the residents there. They're not being heard. You're saying the same thing over and over again. Go to the office and report what. Yeah, they've been doing that. Then person just came up 2 weeks ago and cried up here. I just went to the Summit Housing Authority at the senior building and talked to a bunch of people. And it's like you come up and you double down on it. It's just like, I just don't get it. I mean, if you join a committee that interacts with people that are vulnerable, elders, living in low-income housing, you got to meet them where they are. You got to listen to them. Listen to them. I mean, that's the failure of this. You're not hearing them. And I'm disappointed with what I heard today. Thank you, Council President. I needed to say that because I know some of those folks are watching.
Thank you very much. Councilman Pulowski.
Super quick. I have a recollection that Silver Summit was created to address issues exacerbated by COVID, and various groups like SAGE and SHIELD and whomever else assist the seniors in Summit created it so that they could coordinate, and I know they did a lot of really great work delivering groceries and stuff like that to our seniors. And I also have a recollection that the reason it was disbanded was because, in addition to a lack of interest, the COVID emergency was over. So, look, if there's an appetite to do it and we can help our seniors more, I'm all for it. But just to give a little bit of the history, at least as I recalled it, and I can't remember if that was from a closed session or if we even maybe said it from the dais. If anybody else remembers, let us know. But that's it.
Thank you. Other comments? All right, I'm going to wrap up. I'll try and be brief. First off, I wanted to I've been thinking a lot. There's obviously the last several months, probably several years, we have been dealing with a lot more drainage issues all throughout our community. And you can name it on. You can blame it on overdevelopment. You can blame it on more violent storms, combination of them. But the fact of the matter is we're hearing a lot of this, and we have to get a handle on all of that. And my suggestion would be like this can't be a little spot project. We have a master plan review coming up probably next year that the planning board's going to have to jump on. And my suggestion would be that we create a subcommittee on that master plan. I know some people have been involved in the master plans in the past. I know, Kevin, you were intimately involved in the last one, where we really look at drainage holistically in town, where we look at our development codes, our lot coverage area, our impervious surface rules, where we look at where we can invest in infrastructure and things like that. We really have to take a really comprehensive look at that. And the master plan is the perfect place to really begin to have that discussion. So I hope that we can do something with that for next year. Second thing is, Councilman Pulowski mentioned I should mention it. I did hear some comments today about talking to us about the school budget. I thought maybe I had just fallen asleep because it was late and I was dreaming, because we don't do the school budget here. We just don't. We do the municipal budget. That's 20% of your tax bill. School budget is done by the Board of Ed. If you want to come up and campaign for your great ideas, do it at the Board of Ed. That's who creates the school budgets. And we have an oversight responsibility. The mayor, 2 members of council sit with 2 members of the Board of Ed on the Board of School Estimates that concurs their budget. But they don't make it. And this year, because it was brought up again, I'd just like to thank the mayor and Kevin and Delia for pushing back on a budget that was just had no basis in the reality of what our residents are going through around cost of living increases. A 9% tax hike on the school budget, they're on planet Mars. So they should have pushed back. But they pushed back in a way, you need to sharpen your pencils. That is the exact message that they should have given to the school board. And if you want to have them do something different, go to the Board of Ed and talk about how the budget should be done there. Because we don't do it here. I don't know how many times I have to say that to people. That's the Board of Ed's job. Let's see. Third point, Councilman Smallwood has been leading the charge. I'm going to pass it over to you before I make my fourth point. We have an event on the 29th.
Yes. Thank you, Council President. The Summit PAL has always had a golf outing. This is the largest fundraiser to provide funding for all of their events that they do throughout the year, such as the Easter egg hunt, the dog show, the pet show, and also the fishing derby. And this year, the golf outing is on Monday, September 29th at Watchung Golf Club, Watchung Valley Golf Club. And their PAL Citizen of the Year is being awarded to Jim Davidson for his 27 years of being Summit's coach, probably one of the most successful coaches in the country, is also part of the New Jersey Hall of Fame coaches, and I couldn't think of anyone who was more well-deserving than Jim to receive the PAL Citizen of the Year. Fortunately, because Jim is so successful and has coached so many student athletes, that the golf outing is actually sold out. However, the dinner and reception and award ceremony is still available, and it's on the PAL summitpal.org website if you'd like to join us for dinner and the award ceremony for Jim.
Thank you. All right, so my last point, and I know it's super, super late, and I want to thank the chief, Tammy, and you in particular, Rosie, but all of you for staying, and everyone in the audience as well. Before I wrap up, last meeting, after last meeting, I got a phone call from Councilwoman Toth, who was very upset, which is fine, about some of the comments at the end of the meeting, and said, you know, it was more like a Republican rally than a council meeting. And I take my role as council president very, very seriously. It's an honor to be council president, to serve Summit, and to be supported by all the people on the dais to do that role. And so I take it seriously. So I said, you know what, I'm I'm gonna relook at all the tapes. I hear your concern, and I'm gonna, and I'll listen, and if I need to talk to Councilman Pulowski, I will do so. And I'll call you back tomorrow. And so I did. Councilman Pulowski, you do talk a lot. So I looked at it, and I wanted to respond to Claire, and so I called back, but between there and then, Claire had put out a Facebook post, you know, saying I should have stopped things and, you know, that I let it become a Republican rally, et cetera. And I'm like, well, I thought we were going to talk about that. But I don't know why that happened. But regardless, I just want to comment on what I watched. So I have had a conversation with our clerk who's seen it all. And one of the things I've become very cognizant about is speaking for the city, for policy, when there's no consensus on what that policy should be. Because I'm only one person. We're all just one vote. We can't speak about policy until a majority of council people vote on it. Then it becomes city policy. Okay? So I think, you know, there was some talk about, you know, I know Delia was being honored, and I completely agree with everything that the mayor said that you've done on the task force. And that seemed to kick things off. I don't know why we can't be gracious and say nice things about each other without it becoming political. We should be able to do that. I don't know why you can't give a little golf clap at a minimum when we do nice things for people. I guess it might be because, you know, everything gets viewed in a political lens, and that's kind of sad to me. I'm not angry about it. I'm just disappointed, I guess, that it's gotten to that. We should be able to say things. Now, specifically about Councilwoman Pulowski's stuff, he mentioned your Summit Together team in response to a Facebook post. But then he went on to talk about all these accomplishments that the majority had instituted. Now, you could look at that and think, oh, he's talking about Republicans, if you want to. But the reality is, almost every single one of the things that he spoke about were passed unanimously. They weren't passed by a Republican majority. They were passed by a council majority, including everybody up here. And that's kind of how I look at things. That's how we should look at it. We all work together as a team. And we have our differences, and, you know, there can be some spirited debates. There were definitely a few tonight. We don't agree on everything. But when we vote, I jot it all down. I could go back the last year. We agree on 99% of everything we vote on. That's the council majority. That's the thing that I care about. And when Councilman Pulowski speaks about it, you can either look at it and say he's not including me, or you remember that you voted for it. He is including you. And you should be proud of the things that we've done. I certainly am, and we've all been part of it. And until we start to think that way, we have to end this tribalism. We're all doing this together. And that's what's super, super important. You know, I've said Claire does a great job with finance many, many times. But if you listen to the echo chambers out there, they hate what we've done with the budget. Claire's led the budget. I will thank her again. If it means that she gets a few more votes in a few years, you can use my comment to promote you. We should be doing that. She did a great job. And we need to do more of that. And we have to think that way. So that is kind of the way I'm thinking. And I get it. Some people may view it differently, and everyone are entitled to their opinion. But if we all are in it together, and as I said, we almost vote on everything unanimously, let's all own it. Because we're all up here doing what's right for Summit in our own way. And it doesn't mean, again, we agree on everything, but we agree on most things, which I think is pretty special. And that is the end of my comment.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Second.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Mackerel.